Hey friends! Glad you're here at Arise Harry. We've cooked up something special. What if Harry hatched a basilisk egg at age 6 and it chose him as its master over Voldemort? Liking and subscribing really helps us out. Okay, story time. Chapter 1, The Egg in the Garden. The thing about being 6 years old and locked out of the house is that the world gets very big, very fast. Harry Potter sat on the back step of number 4, Privet Drive, his knees pulled up to his chest and his arms wrapped around them. The kitchen light was on. He could see Aunt Petunia's shadow moving behind the curtain, elbow rising and falling, washing dishes, doing normal things. She'd told him to weed the garden. He'd done that. Then she told him he'd missed a spot. He'd done that too. Then Dudley had come home crying about a scraped knee, and suddenly Harry was the problem, the way Harry was always the problem, and the back door had clicked shut and the lock had turned. It wasn't the worst thing. The worst thing was the cupboard when Uncle Vernon was in a mood, when the walls squeezed in and the dark pressed against his eyes like wet cloth. Out here, at least, the sky was going purple and orange over the fence, and the air smelled like cut grass and someone else's barbecue. His stomach growled at that. He pressed his forehead against his knees and breathed. He could wait. He was good at waiting. The Dursleys' back garden was boring in the precise way everything about Privet Drive was boring: square patch of lawn, a concrete patio, a border of shrubs Aunt Petunia clipped into identical shapes every Sunday. But past the shrubs, where the garden met the back fence, there was a strip of ground that nobody touched. The soil was hard-packed and full of roots from the neighbor's oak tree, and nothing Petunia planted there ever survived. She'd given up on it years ago. Weeds had filled in, nettles, mostly, and something thorny that Harry didn't know the name of. He went there now because there was nowhere else to go. He squeezed past the shrubs, nettles stinging his shins. He was wearing Dudley's old shorts, 3 sizes too big, held up with a shoelace, and sat down with his back against the fence. The wood was warm from the day's sun. He dug his toes into the dry earth and listened to the Dursleys' muffled voices through the walls, Dudley whining about wanting ice cream, Vernon's low rumble of agreement. His fingers found something hard. At first he thought it was a rock. He scraped at the dirt absently, the way children do, not thinking about it, just needing something to occupy his hands. But it wasn't a rock. It was smooth. Curved. Warm in a way that rocks aren't warm, even on a hot day. He dug with both hands. The thing was about the size of a rugby ball, maybe a little bigger, and it was pale, greenish-gray, like tarnished silver. It was an egg. Harry had never seen an egg that big, but there was no mistaking the shape, the way it tapered at one end, the faint translucence when he held it up against the dying light. Something dark moved inside it. He should have been afraid. Later, he'd think about that, why he wasn't afraid. Any normal child would have dropped it, run away, called for an adult. But Harry had learned early that adults didn't come when he called, and that the things he was supposed to be afraid of, the dark, the cupboard, Uncle Vernon's belt, were just things he lived with. An egg was just an egg. He cradled it in his lap. It was warm. Not warm like the fence, not warm from the sun. Warm from the inside, like something alive was breathing in there, like a tiny heart was beating against the shell. He could almost feel it, a pulse, steady and slow, matching his own. "Hello," Harry whispered. Because he was 6, and he was lonely, and talking to an egg made as much sense as anything else in his life. The egg pulsed. He felt it in his hands and in his chest at the same time, a thrum, a vibration, like a cat purring but deeper, bigger. The shell cracked. Not all at once. A single line, thin as a hair, ran from the top of the egg to the bottom. Then another, crossing it. Then a web of cracks spreading outward, and the shell was warm, no, hot, almost too hot to hold, but Harry didn't let go. Something told him not to let go. The shell fell apart. What lay in his hands was wet and dark and coiled in on itself, and for one absurd second Harry thought it was a very large worm. Then it moved. A head rose from the coils, blunt, triangular, scaled in black and deep green, with a crest of darker ridges along the skull. Its eyes were closed. Sealed shut, like a newborn kitten's, with thin membranes over the lids. It was a snake. The biggest snake Harry had ever seen, already a foot long and thick as his wrist, and as he watched, its tongue flickered out, black, forked, and tasted the air. Warm, it said. Harry's breath stopped. He'd heard it, not with his ears, exactly, but in his head, the way you hear your own thoughts. A single word, clear as water. Warm. Safe. You can talk. Harry thought, or said, or something in between, he didn't know the difference yet. The sounds that came out of his mouth weren't English, but he didn't notice that either. They were hisses, low and sibilant, shaped by his tongue and teeth in ways that felt as natural as breathing. The snake's head turned toward him. Its eyes were still sealed shut, but it oriented on him with absolute precision, the way a flower turns toward the sun. You are the first voice, it said. You are mine. I'm Harry, he said. Harry, the snake repeated, and the word came out strange and beautiful in its hissing voice, stretched and softened like something precious. I am yours and you are mine. This is how it is. This is how it will be. Harry looked down at the creature in his lap, wet and dark and pulsing with warmth, and something unlocked in his chest, something that had been clamped shut for as long as he could remember. His eyes burned. He blinked, hard. Okay, he whispered. Okay. He didn't know what a basilisk was. He didn't know what parseltongue was. He didn't know that the egg had been buried in that garden 50 years ago by a wizard who'd hidden it from enemies long since dead, warded against everything except the one thing no one expected, a magical child's touch, a speaker's voice, a lonely boy with nothing left to lose. He knew none of that. He just knew he wasn't alone anymore. He smuggled the snake inside that night, when Petunia finally opened the back door and told him to get to his cupboard and not make a sound. She didn't look at him. She never really looked at him. He curled up on his thin mattress with the snake coiled against his chest, warm as a hot water bottle, and for the first time in his memory, Harry Potter fell asleep without being afraid. He named her 3 days later. He'd been thinking about it, turning names over in his head during the long hours of chores, testing them in the hissing language that came so easily to him. She rejected the first several. Bella, he offered. I am not a dog, she said, affronted. Shadow. Unimaginative. He was reading, well, trying to read, he was only 6, but he'd found a book of Greek myths in Dudley's untouched pile of birthday presents, and he came across the goddess of night. Nyx, he said. The snake raised her head. Her eyes were still sealed shut. They would stay that way for another week, and when they finally opened, Harry would discover something terrifying, but that was later. Nyx, she repeated. Yes. That is a name with weight. I accept it. You accept it, Harry said, grinning. Very gracious of you. I am gracious, Nyx agreed, without a trace of irony. She grew fast. Terrifyingly fast. Within a month, she was 3 feet long and as thick as Harry's arm. Within 3 months, she was 6 feet and had to coil twice to fit in the cupboard. Harry lay awake the night he realized she wouldn't fit much longer, panic building in his throat like a scream, because he couldn't lose her, he couldn't, she was the only thing in the world that was his. Stop that, Nyx said, sensing his distress through whatever bond connected them. He didn't understand it, didn't need to. I have been exploring. There are tunnels beneath this place. Water tunnels. They run under many of the dens. Sewers, Harry said. If you insist on the ugly word. They are dark and warm and large enough for me. I will live there, and I will come when you call. You'll be okay down there. Harry. Her voice carried something that might have been amusement in a creature capable of it. I am the most dangerous thing that has ever lived in this territory. The question is whether the tunnels will be okay with me. She was right about that. The first time Nyx opened her eyes, Harry was alone in the garden. It was late, the Dursleys were watching television, Dudley sprawled on the sofa with a bowl of crisps, and Harry had slipped out the back door. Nyx had surfaced from a drainage grate at the edge of the lawn, 7 feet of dark muscle, and Harry was sitting cross-legged in front of her, telling her about his day, how Dudley had pushed him down the stairs, how Mrs. Fig from down the road had given him a stale biscuit, how he'd read another chapter of the mythology book. Nyx's eyes opened. Harry saw them and went very still. They were enormous, bright, burning yellow, with vertical slit pupils, and they seemed to glow in the twilight. They were the most beautiful and the most terrifying things he had ever seen. Nothing happened. He didn't die. He didn't turn to stone. Your eyes, he said. Yes, she said. I have been thinking about this. I believe I have an inner lid. When it is open, my gaze kills. When it is closed, like now, you see only the yellow. I can feel the difference. How do you know it kills? A pause. I know what I am, Harry. The knowing came with the hatching. I am a basilisk. King of serpents. My gaze is death, my venom is death, and I will live for 1,000 years unless someone kills me first. She tilted her great head. I will not open the killing eye around you. I will never harm you. You are mine. Harry reached out and put his hand on her snout. Her scales were dry and smooth and warm. I know, he said. In English, this time. It didn't matter. She understood. The years passed the way years do when you're young, slowly and all at once. Harry grew. Nyx grew faster. At 7, he learned that his strange abilities weren't limited to talking to snakes. He'd been cornered by Dudley and his gang in the schoolyard, for boys closing in with the particular glee of children who've learned cruelty from their parents, and Harry had thrown his hands up, the air shoved. All 4 boys went sprawling. Dudley skidded 6 feet across the asphalt on his backside, howling. Harry ran. That night, locked in his cupboard while Uncle Vernon raged upstairs about phone calls from the school, he told Nyx what had happened. Magic, Nyx said, as though this were obvious. You are a wizard, Harry. I thought you knew. I didn't know. Well. Now you do. Practice. He practiced. Not with a wand, he didn't have one, didn't know they existed, but with intent and focus and the raw, stubborn will of a child who'd been told his whole life that he was nothing. He learned to push, to pull, to warm, to cool. Small things. He could unlock the cupboard door when the Dursleys forgot, or chose not, to let him out. He could heat a cup of water by holding it. He could call small objects to his hand if he concentrated hard enough. Nyx coached him in her blunt, practical way. You are reaching for it like it is outside you, she told him once, when he'd been trying and failing to move a stone in the garden. It is not. It is in your blood, in your breath. You do not reach for your heartbeat. You do not reach for your sight. Stop reaching. The stone moved. At 8, Harry started talking back to the Dursleys. Not loudly, not aggressively, Vernon would have knocked that out of him. Quietly. With the particular calm of a boy who knew something his tormentors didn't. I'll do the dishes, he told Petunia one evening when she was winding up for a lecture about his laziness. And the laundry. And Dudley's room. I always do. You don't need to shout. She stared at him. Something in her eyes flickered, not guilt, not quite, but a kind of unease. He held her gaze, and she looked away first. Good, Nyx said when he told her. You are learning that the loudest creature in the room is rarely the most dangerous. At 9, Nyx was 40 feet long. She lived in the sewers full-time now, ranging through the underground network beneath Little Whinging and beyond. She hunted at night, rats, mostly, but sometimes she found larger prey in the countryside, foxes, and deer. She never harmed a human. Harry hadn't asked her not to. She simply didn't, the same way she didn't open her killing eye, because Harry existed, and Harry was kind, and his nature shaped hers in ways that no dark wizards ever could. They talked every day. Harry would sit by the drainage grate at the back of the garden, and her voice would rise from the dark, and they would talk for hours, about the world, about what Harry read in the books he snuck from the school library, about the strange sensations Nix felt through the earth, about magic and power and what it meant to choose who you are. "Something is watching you," Nix said one autumn night when Harry was 9. The air was sharp with cold and her voice was more serious than usual. "I can feel it. A presence, old and human, with magic that smells like lemon and wool." Lemon and wool. I am describing it in terms you can understand. There are wards around this house. Protections. Someone placed them long ago, and they are strong. But the person who made them checks on you. Not often. Not closely enough. But they check. Harry filed that away. He filed everything away. Nix had taught him that, the value of patience, of watching, of knowing things before you needed them. At 10, Dudley tried to hit Harry with a cricket bat. Harry caught it. Not with magic, with his hand, his reflexes honed by years of dodging and anticipating, his grip stronger than a 10-year-old's had any right to be. He held the bat and looked at his cousin, and Dudley saw something in Harry's eyes that made him drop the bat and run. Uncle Vernon came thundering down the hallway. "What have you done to him? What have you done, boy?" "Nothing," Harry said. He tripped. Vernon's face was purple. His hand was raised. Harry looked up at him and said, very quietly, "Don't." The air in the hallway changed. It got heavy, compressed, like the moment before a thunderstorm breaks. Vernon's hand dropped. His mouth opened, closed. He muttered something about ungrateful freaks and stomped back to the living room. Harry went to his cupboard. They'd moved him to Dudley's second bedroom by then, the one full of broken toys, but Harry still thought of it as the cupboard, and sat on the bed and shook. "You did well," Nix said from somewhere below. Her voice vibrated up through the floor, a low hum that settled his bones. "I scared him." "Yes. I don't want to be scary." A pause, long enough that Harry thought she wouldn't answer. "You don't want to be cruel," Nix said at last. "That is not the same thing. Being feared and being cruel are different roads, and only one of them makes you small. You stood your ground. There is no shame in that." At 11, the letters came. Harry watched the first one flutter through the mail slot on a Tuesday morning, addressed in green ink to Mr. H. Potter, the second bedroom, 4, Privet Drive. He didn't get a chance to open it. Vernon snatched it from the pile with a strangled noise and burned it in the kitchen sink while Petunia stood white-faced by the stove. More came. Dozens. Then hundreds. Harry watched the escalation with quiet fascination while Vernon boarded up the mail slot, then the windows, then dragged the entire family to a succession of increasingly miserable motels and finally to a crumbling shack on a rock in the middle of a storm-tossed sea. "The man with the lemon magic is persistent," Nix observed. She was somewhere beneath the seabed, which Harry tried not to think too hard about. "Someone is coming." "Who?" "Large. Very large. And he smells like dog and treacle." The door to the shack blew in at midnight. Rubeus Hagrid filled the doorway like a mountain in a moleskin coat, rain streaming off him, his beetle-black eyes finding Harry on the floor with an accuracy that said he'd been looking for exactly this. "Harry Potter," Hagrid said, and his voice cracked. "Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. Yeah, look a lot like your dad, but you've got your mum's eyes." Harry looked up at this impossible man and said, "You knew my parents?" Everything that followed was a hurricane. Hagrid's fury at the Dursleys. The birthday cake, squashed but genuine, the first birthday cake Harry had ever received. Dudley's pigtail. Vernon's sputtering. And the truth, delivered in Hagrid's rough, gentle voice like a stone dropped into still water. "You're a wizard, Harry." Harry let himself look surprised. He let himself look overwhelmed. It wasn't entirely an act, the details were new, even if the core of it wasn't. His parents were magical. They'd been murdered by a dark wizard named Voldemort. Harry had survived the killing curse and become famous. All of this was new. But the fundamental fact, that he was different, that there was a world beyond this one, that magic was real, that he'd known since he was 6 years old, sitting in a dark garden with a hatching egg in his lap. He asked questions. Careful ones. "This Voldemort, he's gone." "Well, most people reckon so." "Disappeared, didn't he, the night he tried to kill you?" "Some say he died. Some say he's still out there, too weak to carry on. I dunno. I reckon he's gone. Somethin' about him that night, wasn't human enough to die, if ye take my meaning. Harry took his meaning. "Did you hear that?" he asked Nick silently, pressing the thought downward through the floor. "Every word. The broken one. I have felt his residue on you since the day I hatched, the shard behind your scar. It screams sometimes, when you sleep." That was new information, and it chilled Harry to his core. But Hagrid was watching him, worried, so Harry smiled and said, "When do we go?" Diagon Alley hit him like a wall of color after a lifetime of grey. Hagrid led him through the leaky cauldron, where every witch and wizard in the pub surged forward to shake his hand, to touch him, to weep and thank him for something he didn't remember doing, and through the brick archway into the alley itself. Harry kept his face neutral. He'd had years of practice at keeping his face neutral. But inside, his pulse was racing. Magic was everywhere. Not the subtle, invisible kind he and Nyx shared, the overt, ridiculous, glorious kind. Cauldrons stacked outside shops. Owls swooping between buildings. A woman arguing with a goblin over the price of dragon liver. A group of teenagers on broomsticks. Actual broomsticks. "Gringotts first," Hagrid said, steering him through the crowd. "Your parents left you some gold." Some gold turned out to be a vault full of it, heaps of gold galleons, silver sickles, bronze nuts. Harry stared at it and thought about every meal he'd been denied, every threadbare shirt, every Christmas morning spent watching Dudley unwrap 37 presents while he got a pair of Vernon's old socks. "This was my parents," he said. Not a question. Course it was. "James and Lily, they made sure you'd be taken care of." Harry scooped coins into a bag and said nothing. He'd sort out his feelings about that later. Right now, there was shopping to do. He bought his school things methodically, working through the list. Robes at Madame Malkin's, where he met a pale blonde boy who talked about Quidditch and houses and pure blood, and Harry listened and nodded and filed it all away. Books at Flourish and Blots, where he bought everything on the list and 4 extra, Hogwarts, a history, notable magical names of the modern age, a guide to magical creatures, and, on impulse, a thin volume called The Nature of Magical Bonds that caught his eye from a bottom shelf. Hagrid bought him an owl, beautiful, snowy white, and Harry named her Hedwig from a name he'd found in one of the books. He liked her. She nipped his fingers gently and fixed him with a look of stern affection that reminded him, absurdly, of Nyx. Then they went to Ollivander's. The shop was narrow and dusty and crammed with long thin boxes stacked floor to ceiling. A bell tinkled when they entered. Hagrid waited outside, too big for the shop, he said, but Harry suspected the man was simply uncomfortable here. "Good afternoon," said a soft voice. Harry didn't jump. He'd felt the man before he heard him, a presence, old and strange, radiating a kind of magic that was different from anything he'd encountered. It was magic that paid attention. "Mr. Potter." Ollivander emerged from between the shelves, his pale eyes wide and luminous. "I wondered when I'd be seeing you. It seems only yesterday your mother was in here buying her first wand. 10 1/4 inches, willow, swishy. Nice wand for charm work. He drifted closer. Your father, on the other hand, favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power and excellent for transfiguration. Ollivander's eyes dropped to Harry's forehead, to the scar. And I'm sorry to say I sold the wand that did that. 13.5 inches. You. Powerful wand, very powerful, and in the wrong hands. You remember every wand you've sold? Harry asked. Every single one, Mr. Potter. The wand chooses the wizard, you see. It's not always clear why. His gaze sharpened. But it is always clear. Hold out your wand arm, if you will. The measuring tape did its work. Ollivander pulled boxes. Harry tried wand after wand, maple, beechwood, ebony, vine, each one snatched away almost immediately, Ollivander's eyes growing brighter and more interested with each failure. Tricky customer, eh? Not to worry. We'll find the right match. Then Ollivander paused. His hand hovered over a box on the shelf, and something shifted in his expression, the way a weather vane moves when the wind changes. I wonder, he murmured, and pulled the box down. Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple. Harry took the wand. The world rearranged itself. That was the only way to describe it. Heat flooded up his arm, through his chest, into his scar and down to his fingertips, and sparks, red and gold, erupted from the wand's tip and filled the shop with light. But beneath that, beneath the surface performance that made Ollivander clap and say, "Bravo," something else happened. Something only Harry felt. The wand vibrated. And deep in Harry's mind, in the place where Nyx's voice lived, something answered it, a resonance, a harmonic, as though the wand and the bond were two strings tuned to the same note. Interesting, Nyx said from far away. Curious, Ollivander said, leaning close. Very curious. Sorry, what's curious? Ollivander fixed him with those pale, ancient eyes. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is curious indeed that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar. The shop was very quiet. Harry held the old man's gaze. You're saying my wand is connected to Voldemort's? Ollivander flinched at the name, but he didn't look away. I think we must expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes. But great. Harry paid 7 galleons for the wand and walked out into the afternoon sun. The wand sat in his pocket, warm against his thigh, humming gently. The broken one's brother, Nyx said that night. Harry was lying on his bed in the smallest bedroom at Privet Drive, staring at the ceiling. His Hogwarts trunk sat at the foot of the bed, packed and ready. His ticket, platform 9 3/4, September 1st, was tucked into his jacket pocket. I know. It means something. The connection. I know that too. Nyx was quiet for a moment. Then, I have been thinking about the school. It is a castle. Old. There will be pipes, water systems, drainage, sewage. A castle that old, built by magical people, the underground pathways will be extensive. Harry smiled. You've been planning. I have been planning since you were 8. I am not letting you walk into a castle full of wizards alone. You'll be seen. I will not be seen. I have spent 5 years in the tunnels beneath this place without a single human laying eyes on me. I am very good at not being seen, Harry. He turned on to his side. Nyx. What? Thank you. For, all of it. Another pause. When she spoke again, her voice was different, softer, stripped of the dry amusement she usually wielded like armor. You pulled me from the shell, little speaker. You held me when I was small and blind and new. Every choice I have ever made began with you. Do not thank me for being what you made me. Harry closed his eyes. The wand hummed in his pocket. The scar on his forehead prickled, just slightly, the way it sometimes did when he was feeling too much. Below him, beneath the house, Nyx shifted in the tunnels, her vast body coiling and settling. The weeks before September 1st passed in a blur of preparation. Harry read every book he'd bought twice, and the ones he'd added to his list 3 times. Hogwarts, a history told him about the 4 houses, the moving staircases, the Great Hall, the ghosts. Notable magical names told him about Dumbledore, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, Supreme Mugwump, Chief Warlock, and Harry thought about lemon magic and wool and wards on a house in Surrey. A guide to magical creatures had a page on basilisks. He read it sitting on his bed with the door locked, his heart hammering. The basilisk, also known as the King of Serpents, is a creature bred by dark magic. A chicken egg, hatched beneath a toad, produces a serpent of extraordinary power and lethality. The basilisk's gaze causes instant death to any who meet it directly. Its venom is among the most destructive substances known to wizard kind. Basilisks can live for hundreds of years and grow to enormous size. They are classified as XXXXX by the Ministry of Magic, known wizard killer, impossible to train or domesticate. Impossible to domesticate, Nyx repeated when he read it to her. How flattering. You're not domesticated. Certainly not. I am a free agent who happens to find your company tolerable. You're 50 feet long and you live in a sewer. 53. And the sewer is spacious. The guide to magical creatures also told him something important: basilisks were bred, not born. Someone had put that egg in the Dursleys' garden deliberately. Someone had wanted it found, or hidden. The wards Nyx had sensed around the house were old, decades old, predating even Dumbledore's protections. Someone had buried the egg before Harry was born. Before his parents were born, perhaps. He didn't know what that meant yet. But he would find out. September 1st dawned grey and cool. Uncle Vernon drove him to King's Cross with the air of a man disposing of hazardous waste, tight-jawed, eyes forward, not a word spoken the entire drive. He dumped Harry and his trunk on the pavement and peeled away without looking back. Harry stood in the station, trolley in front of him, Hedwig hooting softly in her cage, and looked up at the departure boards. Platforms 9 and 10. No 9 3/4. Nyx. You there? I am 2 miles south, moving through a water main. Ask someone magical. There are several nearby, I can taste the residue. Before Harry could answer, a voice cut through the crowd, a woman's voice, sharp and harried and unmistakably maternal. Packed with muggles, of course. Come on, platform 9 3/4 this way. A large family swept past, a plump, red-haired woman shepherding a stream of red-haired children, all of them pushing trolleys loaded with trunks and owl cages. Harry fell in behind them and watched as, one by one, the older boys ran straight at the brick barrier between platforms 9 and 10, and vanished. Excuse me, Harry said, stepping forward. The woman turned, and her face softened immediately. She had kind eyes. Harry noticed that before anything else. First time at Hogwarts, dear. Ron's new too. She gestured at the youngest boy, tall, thin, with a long nose and freckles and ears that stuck out. Ron looked as nervous as Harry felt. Just walk straight at the barrier, she said. Best do it at a bit of a run if you're nervous. Thanks, Harry said. He gripped his trolley, took a breath, and ran. The barrier swallowed him. On the other side, a scarlet steam engine, a platform thronging with families, owls screeching, trunks thudding, a sign overhead reading Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. Harry let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. He found a compartment near the back of the train and hauled his trunk inside. A few minutes later, the door slid open and the red-haired boy appeared. Anyone sitting there? Everywhere else is full. All yours, Harry said. Ron dropped onto the seat opposite and gave Harry a look that was half curiosity, half the particular awkwardness of an 11-year-old making conversation. I'm Ron. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. Ron's eyes went wide. Are you really? Have you really got he gestured at his forehead. Harry pushed his fringe back. The scar was there, as it always was, lightning bolt shaped, thin and white. Wicked, Ron breathed. They talked. Ron was easy to talk to, open and genuine in a way that Harry found startling, because nobody in his life had ever been this uncomplicated. He talked about his brothers, 5 of them, all older, all apparently more impressive than him, about Quidditch. Harry had to admit he didn't know the rules, and Ron looked at him like he'd said he didn't know what the sun was. About the houses, Ron wanted Gryffindor, would die if he got Slytherin, his whole family were Gryffindors going back generations. What about you? Ron asked, unwrapping one of Harry's chocolate frogs. I don't know much about the houses, Harry said carefully. Gryffindor sounds good. It is good. Best house there is. Slytherin's the rotten one, that's where you know who came from. All dark wizards, that lot. Harry thought about Nyx, about Parseltongue, about the way he'd felt when the sorting section in Hogwarts, a history described Salazar Slytherin, not revulsion, but recognition. He said nothing. The compartment door opened again. A girl with bushy brown hair and slightly too large front teeth leaned in, already wearing her Hogwarts robes. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. No, Ron said. The girl's eyes swept the compartment with the systematic thoroughness of a search algorithm. They landed on Harry, flicked to his scar, and widened. You're Harry Potter. I've read all about you. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Am I? Harry said, amused despite himself. Yes. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. And you are? Ron Weasley, Ron said, through a mouthful of chocolate. Pleasure, Hermione said, in a tone that suggested it was anything but. You'd both better change into your robes. I expect we'll be arriving soon. And she swept out. Ron looked at Harry. Whatever house she's in, I hope I'm not. Harry laughed. It was a real laugh, the kind that comes from the chest, and it felt strange and wonderful in his mouth. The train wound north through the countryside, past fields and rivers and towns that shrank to toys and vanished. The sky darkened. Harry pressed his face to the window and watched the landscape change, green giving way to more giving way to forest, forest giving way to mountains. I am keeping pace, Nyx said. Her voice was faint but clear. There is a waterway, an old canal, that runs roughly parallel to the train tracks. I am in it. The water is cold and full of fish. I ate 6. Glad you're having a nice trip. It is adequate. The castle, I can feel it already, Harry. The magic is immense. Old. Layered. There are passages beneath it that go deeper than anything I have encountered. Something down there was built for a creature like me. Harry's pulse quickened. What do you mean? I mean that there are tunnels sized for a basilisk. Someone planned for this. Before Harry could respond, the train began to slow. Outside the window, lights appeared, a village, a station, and beyond it, rising from the dark shore of a black lake, a castle. Harry's breath caught. He'd seen pictures. He'd read descriptions. Nothing had prepared him for this, the sheer presence of it, the towers and turrets lit from within, the way it sat on the landscape like it had grown there, like it was as old and inevitable as the mountains behind it. Furs years. Furs years over here. Hagrid's voice boomed across the platform. Harry followed it, Ron at his side, into a boat that carried them across the lake toward the castle's great oak front doors. Nyx was already there. He could feel her, a warmth, a presence, moving somewhere far below, exploring, mapping, making the darkness her own. Professor McGonagall, a tall, severe woman in emerald robes, met them in the entrance hall and led them through a door into the great hall. Harry looked up and saw the ceiling enchanted to mirror the sky, stars scattered across black velvet, candles floating in midair. For long tables stretched the length of the hall, packed with students. At the far end, a table of adults, the teachers. And in the center of the teachers' table, an old man with a long silver beard and half-moon spectacles, watching the first years file in with an expression of gentle interest. Dumbledore. Harry recognized him from his chocolate frog card. The greatest wizard of the age. The man who had left him on a doorstep in November. Their eyes met for half a second. Dumbledore's gaze was warm, piercing, assessing. Harry held it, then looked away. The Sorting Hat sat on a stool. It sang a song. Harry barely heard it. He was watching the hat, thinking about what it would see when it was placed on his head. 5 years of Parseltongue. 5 years of a basilisk's companionship. A shard of something dark behind his scar. Names were called. Hermione Granger went to Gryffindor, looking breathless and pleased. A boy named Draco Malfoy, the blonde from Madame Malkin's, was sorted into Slytherin before the hat even properly touched his head. Neville Longbottom, the toadless boy, stumbled to Gryffindor after a long deliberation. Potter, Harry. Whispers erupted. Every head in the hall turned. Harry walked to the stool, sat down, and felt the hat drop over his eyes. "Well, well," said a small voice in his ear. "What have we here?" Harry waited. "Plenty of courage, I see. A good mind. Talent, oh yes. And, my word." The voice went sharp. "What is that?" Harry knew what it had found. The bond. The bright, warm thread that ran from his chest down through the stone floor and into the dark. "That," Harry said, in the privacy of his own mind, "is mine. A basilisk." The hat's voice was different now, awed, frightened, fascinated. "You have bonded with a basilisk. Do you have any idea? I know exactly what she is. This changes everything. Slytherin would give his right arm for you. The chamber, you could." "I'm not interested in what a dead man would want," Harry said. "I'm interested in who I am. And I get to choose that." Silence. The hat seemed to consider this. "You have the cunning for Slytherin. The ambition. The power. But—" the voice softened. "You also have something Salazar never did. You have your mother's heart. And your choice is already made, isn't it?" "It is." "Then it had better be, Gryffindor." The last word was shouted to the hall. The Gryffindor table exploded. The Weasley twins were chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter." Ron was beaming. Hermione Granger was clapping with both hands. Harry pulled the hat off and walked to his new table. As he sat down, he glanced up at the staff table. Dumbledore was watching him with something that might have been surprise. Beside him, a man with greasy black hair and a hooked nose was staring at Harry with an expression of naked loathing, but beneath it, something else. Something sharp and searching. And at the far end of the table, a man in a purple turban was not looking at Harry at all. He was looking at his plate, his hands trembling slightly around his goblet. "The turban man," Nick said from deep below. "Harry. He is wrong. He smells like the shard behind your scar, but worse. Bigger. Like a soul trying to wear a body that doesn't fit." Harry reached for his goblet of pumpkin juice and took a long drink. "I know," he said. "I can feel it." The feast was extraordinary, roast chicken and potatoes and puddings and things Harry had never seen, let alone tasted. He ate until his stomach ached with the unfamiliar sensation of being truly full. Ron talked about Quidditch some more. A ghost named Nearly Headless Nick floated through the table and introduced himself. Percy Weasley, Ron's brother, lectured them about house rules. It was loud and warm and overwhelming in the best possible way. When it was over, when the prefects had led them up 7 flights of stairs and through a portrait hole and into Gryffindor Tower, Harry stood by the window of his dormitory and looked out at the moonlit grounds. The lake was black glass. The Forbidden Forest was a dark line against the sky. Somewhere down below, in the pipes and passages and forgotten waterways of a 1,000-year-old castle, Nyx was moving. "I have found something," she said. Her voice thrummed with a particular frequency that Harry had learned to recognize: excitement, controlled and deliberate. "Already? There is a chamber. Deep beneath the castle. The entrance is sealed, I can feel the magic, old and dense, but the seal recognizes me. It wants to open. It was made for something like me. Don't open it yet." "I was not going to. I am patient. But, Harry, I think this place was built for us." Harry leaned his forehead against the cool glass. Behind him, Ron was already snoring. Neville was mumbling in his sleep. The castle breathed around them, old stone, old magic, old secrets. "One step at a time," Harry said. "We've got 7 years. Then we had better make them count." Harry smiled, and the scar on his forehead tingled, faintly, distantly, like a warning or a promise. He didn't know which. He didn't need to. He had Nyx. He had a wand that hummed in his pocket. He had a castle full of magic and a world full of answers waiting to be found. He climbed into bed, pulled the covers up to his chin, and closed his eyes. Below him, in the dark, the King of Serpents coiled and waited and watched. Chapter 2, The Sorting and the Shadows. Harry woke to the sound of Ron Weasley trying to put on his shoes in the dark and failing spectacularly. "Bloody, ow, which one's the left? They're both the same shoe, Ron." Ron froze. "How long have you been awake?" "A while." Harry had been awake since before dawn, lying still in his 4-poster bed, listening to the castle. It was alive in a way that houses weren't, a low hum in the stone, a vibration that he felt more than heard, like the building itself had a heartbeat. He'd spent the first hour mapping the sounds, the groan of old pipes behind the walls, the whisper of air through gaps in the masonry, the distant rush of water somewhere far below. Nyx's territory. He swung his legs out of bed. The dormitory was cold, September in Scotland, and the stone floor bit at his bare feet. Neville was still asleep, curled up with his toad Trevor clutched to his chest. Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas were stirring, mumbling complaints at the light that crept through the tower windows. "Breakfast?" Ron said, finally conquering his shoes. "Breakfast." They got lost 3 times on the way to the Great Hall. The staircases moved, actually moved, swinging from one landing to another with a grinding rumble that made Ron grab the banister and swear. Portraits shouted directions that contradicted each other. A door that looked like a door turned out to be a wall pretending to be a door, and a wall that looked like a wall turned out to be a door that only opened if you asked politely. Harry memorized every turn. Every staircase, every corridor, every hidden passage. He did it the way he'd mapped the sewer system beneath Little Whinging, automatically, instinctively, building a 3-dimensional model in his head that grew more detailed with every step. "There is a passage behind the tapestry of dancing trolls on the 4th floor, Nyx said, her voice rising from somewhere beneath his feet. "It connects to a drainage channel that runs the full length of the castle." "Can you fit?" "Barely. I had to compress." "But yes." "How are you finding all this?" "I am a serpent in a building designed by a man who loved serpents. It is like coming home." The great hall was already half full. Owls poured through the high windows, dropping letters and packages onto the tables. Harry sat down across from Ron and reached for toast. Hermione Granger was already there, 3 seats down, reading a textbook with the focus of someone defusing a bomb. "We've got Transfiguration first," she said, without looking up. "With McGonagall. Then Charms with Flitwick." History of magic after lunch, that's taught by a ghost, apparently, and double potions on Friday. Nobody asked, Ron muttered. You're welcome, Hermione said, and turned a page. Harry ate his toast and studied the staff table. Dumbledore wasn't there this morning, his great golden chair sat empty. McGonagall was speaking to a tiny wizard who Harry assumed was Flitwick. Hagrid caught Harry's eye and waved, beaming. And at the end of the table, Professor Quirrell sat hunched over his plate, the purple turban bobbing slightly as his hands trembled around his fork. The man next to Quirrell had greasy black hair that hung like curtains around a sallow face, and black eyes that were currently locked onto Harry with the intensity of a gun sight. Who's that? Harry asked Ron. The one in black, staring at me. Ron glanced up. That's Snape. Potions Master. Head of Slytherin. Absolute nightmare by all accounts. My brothers say he hates everyone who isn't in his house, and even them he only tolerates. Snape's gaze didn't waver. Harry met it, held it for 3 seconds, long enough to be deliberate, short enough not to be a challenge, and looked away. The Dark One watches you, Nick said. His mind is armored. Heavily. I cannot read him the way I read others. You can read people. I can taste their emotions. Fear, anger, deception, they leave traces in the air. Most humans are open books. That one is a locked vault. Transfiguration was brilliant. Professor McGonagall was, as Harry had suspected from their first meeting, exactly the kind of teacher he responded to, precise, demanding, no nonsense. She turned her desk into a pig and back again, and Harry felt a thrill run through him that had nothing to do with Nix or Parseltongue. This was magic, real, structured, disciplined magic, the kind you learned with your brain and your wand and years of practice. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, McGonagall told them. Anyone messing about in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned. She set them to turning matches into needles. Most of the class spent the hour poking uselessly at their matches with wands. Ron's match rolled off his desk. Neville's caught fire. Hermione's match went silver and pointy by the end of the class, and McGonagall gave her a rare smile. Harry's match was a needle by the 3rd try. He felt it happen, the click, the shift, the moment when intent and magic aligned and the wood surrendered its identity and became something else. The needle sat on his desk, gleaming, and McGonagall picked it up and examined it with raised eyebrows. Well done, Mr. Potter. 5 points to Gryffindor. Ron gaped. Hermione looked torn between being impressed and being annoyed that she hadn't been first. Harry tucked his wand away and said nothing. The thing was, he'd been practicing magic since he was 7. Not wand magic, raw, instinctive, wandless magic, shaped and refined by years of necessity and Nix's coaching. The wand didn't teach him anything new. What it did was focus him, like putting a lens in front of a lantern. The light was already there. The wand just made it sharp. He was careful not to be too good. That was Nix's advice, given the night before in the quiet of the dormitory while Ron snored. Do not show them everything. Be good enough to earn respect. Not so good that you earn scrutiny. The old man with the lemon magic will be watching you, and the dark one with the armored mind. Give them a gifted child. Not a prodigy. Not yet. You're very strategic for a snake. I am very strategic for any species. Now sleep. Charms was chaotic and fun. Professor Flitwick was so small he stood on a stack of books to see over his desk, and he squeaked with excitement when he reached Harry's name on the roll call. History of Magic was everything Ron had warned it would be. Professor Binns, the ghost, droned on about goblin rebellions in a voice that could put caffeine to sleep. Harry spent the hour mapping the castle in his head, tracing the routes he'd walked that morning, noting where the pipes ran behind the walls. The first real test came on Friday. Potions was in the dungeons, cold, damp, and dark, the air thick with the smell of unknown chemicals. Jars lined the walls, filled with things that floated in murky liquid. Harry took a seat near the back with Ron. The Slytherins filed in on the other side, Draco Malfoy in the center, flanked by two boys who looked like they'd been hired for security. Snape entered without a word. He didn't need one. The room went silent the moment his robes swept through the door. He stood at the front, black eyes scanning the room, and his gaze found Harry and stayed there. "Ah, yes," Snape said softly. "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." Malfoy snickered. Snape's mouth twitched. "Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry looked at Snape. He'd read the textbook, cover to cover, twice, and he knew the answer. But he also knew this wasn't about the answer. This was about something else entirely. The loathing in Snape's eyes was personal, deep, years older than Harry. "The draft of living death, sir," Harry said. Snape blinked. The reaction was tiny, a fraction of a second, but Harry caught it. Surprise. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat." "What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant. Also called aconite." The room was silent. Ron was staring. Hermione had her hand up but slowly lowered it. Malfoy's smirk had frozen. Snape looked at Harry for a long moment. Something moved behind those black eyes, not just hatred, not just surprise, but something more complicated, something that looked almost like pain. "Well," Snape said. "It seems fame isn't everything. 1 point to Gryffindor." He turned away sharply. "Why aren't the rest of you writing this down?" The lesson proceeded. Snape was brutal, deducting points for the smallest infractions, favoring Slytherins with the transparency of a referee who'd bet on the match. He swept past Harry's cauldron multiple times, looking for flaws, and found none. Harry's potion was perfect, not because he was a natural, but because he'd spent 5 years learning to follow precise instructions in dangerous situations, to be meticulous when carelessness meant consequences. "Your father was abysmal at potions," Snape said, pausing by Harry's desk at the end of class. His voice was quiet enough that only Harry heard. "He relied on talent and charm and assumed effort was beneath him." Harry looked up. "I'm not my father." Something shifted in Snape's expression. The armored vault Nix had described seemed to crack, just for an instant, and behind it Harry glimpsed something raw, grief, maybe, or regret. Then the walls slammed back up and Snape turned away. "Clearly," Snape said, and swept to the front of the class. That night, Harry slipped out of Gryffindor Tower. He'd been waiting for this, the first chance to explore properly, without a schedule or a crowd. The fat lady was dozing in her frame. The corridors beyond were dark and quiet, lit by the occasional torch that guttered in the draft. Harry moved through them silently, bare feet on cold stone, his wand in his hand but unlit. He didn't need light. He had something better. "Left at the next junction," Nick said. "There is a bathroom on this floor, second door on the right. The pipes behind the wall connect to a vertical shaft that goes down 7 levels. You've mapped all this already?" "I have been in these walls for 3 days. 3 days is a very long time when you are 60 feet long and highly motivated." He found the bathroom. It was out of order, a sign on the door said so, and inside, one of the taps was leaking steadily, the drip 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 echoing off the tiles. Harry crouched by the sink and pressed his hand against the pipe that ran down through the floor. "I'm here," he said. The pipe vibrated. A moment later, Nix's voice rose through the metal, clear and close. "I can feel you. The walls between us are thin here. This room, Harry, there is something about this room. A mechanism in the plumbing. Old magic, wound into the pipes themselves. I think." "What?" "I think this is an entrance. To something below. Something that was built for me, or for something like me." But the mechanism requires a speaker to activate it. Harry's heart hammered. He ran his fingers over the tap. There was something engraved on the side, tiny, almost invisible, worn smooth by centuries of use. A small snake. He didn't activate it. Not yet. Instead, he filed the location away in his mental map and moved on. Over the next 2 weeks, Harry and Nix mapped Hogwarts from the inside out. Harry walked the corridors, Nix moved through the pipes and tunnels beneath them. They communicated constantly, a running dialogue that wove together surface and subterranean, the castle above and the castle below. He found secret passages, the one behind the mirror on the 4th floor, the one beneath the one-eyed witch on the 3rd, the one behind the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy on the 7th. He found classrooms that hadn't been used in decades, their doors swollen shut with damp, their contents draped in dust. He found a corridor on the 3rd floor, right-hand side, that was locked, and when he pressed his ear to the door, he heard breathing. Something large. Something with more than one head. Three-headed dog, Nick said, tasting the air through a pipe on the other side of the wall. Enormous. And beneath it, a trapdoor. The dog is guarding something. Something valuable. Something the Lemon Man once protected. His magic is all over the door. Harry pulled back from the door and kept walking. Three-headed dog. Trapdoor. Dumbledore's protections. He turned these pieces over in his mind the way he turned everything over, patiently, methodically, waiting for the pattern to emerge. During the days, he settled into the rhythm of Hogwarts. Classes in the morning, homework in the afternoon, meals in the Great Hall, evenings in the Gryffindor Common Room. He sat with Ron, who had become his shadow, loyal and good-natured and terrible at chess. No, wait, Ron was brilliant at chess. Absolutely demolishing. Harry discovered this when Ron challenged him to a game in the Common Room and took him apart in 12 moves. "You're actually incredible at this," Harry said, staring at the board. Ron turned red to the tips of his ears. "It's just chess." "It's not just chess. That was strategy. You saw 6 moves ahead. 7, actually." Ron cleared the board, embarrassed and pleased. "Another game?" Harry played. He lost again, but he lasted longer. Ron's mind worked differently from Harry's, where Harry was instinctive and reactive. Ron was architectural, building structures of possibility and collapsing them one by one. Harry respected that enormously. Hermione was harder to befriend. She was brilliant and she knew it, and she had the particular social gracelessness of a child who'd spent more time with books than with people. She corrected Ron in class, which Ron hated. She raised her hand for every question, which everyone hated. She radiated an anxiety about failure that Harry recognized, not because he shared it, but because he understood its source. She was a Muggle-born witch in a world she hadn't known existed, and she was terrified that at any moment, someone would realize she didn't belong. Harry knew that feeling. He'd lived it at Privet Drive for 10 years. He was kind to her in small ways, passing her the butter at breakfast, asking her about the books she was reading, acknowledging her answers when no one else did. She noticed. Her prickliness softened around him, just slightly, like a hedgehog cautiously uncurling. Draco Malfoy was a different equation entirely. The confrontation came 10 days into term. Harry was walking back from the library alone, Ron had gone to bed, and Harry had stayed to look up Nicholas Flamel, a name he'd seen on a chocolate frog card that had been nagging at him, when Malfoy stepped out of a side corridor with Crabbe and Goyle flanking him. "Potter." Harry stopped. He didn't tense. He didn't reach for his wand. He just stopped and looked at Malfoy with the patient, neutral expression he'd perfected over a decade of Desley's. "Malfoy. I've been wanting to talk to you." Malfoy's voice had the practiced casualness of someone who'd rehearsed this. "You made the wrong choice at the sorting. Gryffindor, they're all blood traitors and mudbloods. You'll figure that out soon enough." "Will I?" "My father says, I don't care what your father says. The words were quiet, but they landed like stones in a pond. Malfoy's expression flickered. Crabbe and Goyle shifted their weight, uncertain. You should care, Malfoy said. My father is, I know who your father is. I know who your family is. I know you've been sorted into Slytherin and you think that makes you special. Harry tilted his head. But here's the thing, Malfoy. Houses don't make you anything. Choices do. And so far, the only choice I've seen you make is to stand in a dark corridor with 2 bodyguards, trying to intimidate someone you could have just talked to. Malfoy stared at him. In the torchlight, his pale face was hard to read, but Harry saw something there that wasn't anger, wasn't contempt. It was confusion. Malfoy had expected bluster or fear. He hadn't expected this. You think you're better than me? Malfoy said, but the edge was gone from his voice. It was almost a genuine question. I don't think about you at all, Harry said. But I could. If you gave me a reason to. He walked past them. Nobody moved to stop him. He didn't look back, but he felt Malfoy's eyes on him all the way to the end of the corridor. That one is interesting, Nick said later. His emotions are complicated. Fear and pride and loneliness, all tangled together. He reminds me of you, when you were younger. I was never that much of a prat. You were never given the opportunity. If the Dursleys had loved you and told you that you were superior, who knows what you might have become? Harry didn't answer. She had a point, and he didn't like it. October came in grey and cold. The trees in the Forbidden Forest turned color and dropped their leaves. The lake was choppy, its surface broken by the occasional tentacle of the giant squid. Harry's classes settled into a rhythm. He excelled at defense against the dark arts and transfiguration, was strong at charms, adequate at potions. He could have been brilliant, but he held back under Snape's watchful eye, hopeless at history of magic, along with everyone else, and found herbology unexpectedly fascinating. Flying lessons were the surprise. Madame Hooch lined them up in the courtyard with brooms on the ground beside them and told them to say, up. Harry's broom leapt into his hand like a dog greeting its master. He'd never flown, never even imagined it, but the moment he was in the air, something clicked. The wind, the speed, the freedom of it, it was the closest thing to how Nix described swimming through underground rivers, the pure joy of movement. Neville Longbottom fell off his broom and broke his wrist. In the chaos, Malfoy snatched Neville's Remembrall, a glass ball that glowed red when you'd forgotten something, and shot into the air with it. Give it here, Malfoy, Harry said. Come and get it, Potter. Harry kicked off. He was 40 feet in the air before he'd consciously decided to move, the wind screaming past his ears, and Malfoy was right there, hovering, looking stunned that Harry had actually followed him. Harry dove at him, hand outstretched, and Malfoy threw the Remembrall. Harry caught it. One-handed, in a 50-foot dive, pulling up with inches to spare before hitting the castle wall. The glass ball was warm in his palm. Below him, the entire class was screaming. Harry Potter. McGonagall's voice cut through the noise like a blade. Harry landed, his heart pounding, certain he was about to be expelled. McGonagall marched across the courtyard, face white, and seized him by the arm. Come with me. She didn't take him to her office. She took him to a classroom on the 5th floor, interrupted the lesson being taught there, and pulled a stocky 5th-year boy into the corridor. Wood, I found you a seeker. Oliver Wood's face went through approximately 7 emotions in 3 seconds. He settled on something that looked like a man who'd been told Christmas was coming early. Are you serious, Professor? I have never been more serious in my life. Potter, this is Oliver Wood, captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Wood, this is Harry Potter. I just watched him catch a small ball in a 50-foot dive. He's a natural. First year on the team, Wood breathed. That hasn't happened in a century. I'm aware. McGonagall's stern expression cracked, just barely, into something that might have been pride. I want that cup this year, Wood. Train him. She left. Wood looked at Harry with the expression of a man examining a precious gemstone. Can you do it again? Wood asked. The dive? Probably, Harry said. Thursday evening. Quidditch pitch. Bring yourself, and don't eat too much before. Harry walked away in a daze. He'd arrived expecting detention or expulsion. He'd left with a place on the Quidditch team. You drew attention to yourself, Nick said. I know. We discussed this. I know. But Neville, you did the right thing. I am not scolding you. I am merely noting that the game has changed. The old man will know about this. The Dark One will know. Everyone will know. Harry Potter is no longer a quiet first year. Adjust accordingly. She was right. By dinner, everyone knew. The Weasley twins slapped him on the back and told him he'd be brilliant. Percy looked like he was already composing a letter home. Ron was practically glowing. Even Hermione gave him a grudging nod. And at the staff table, Snape's eyes followed Harry through the entire meal. The weeks turned, and Halloween approached. Harry had settled into a double life that felt increasingly natural, student above, serpent keeper below. He attended classes, did his homework, practiced Quidditch with Wood, who was, as it turned out, a fanatic of the highest order, and spent his evenings in the common room with Ron. Then, after midnight, he slipped out to meet Nyx. They'd found her a home. Deep in the castle's foundations, far below the dungeons, there was a natural cavern where an underground river ran through dark stone. The ceiling was high enough for Nyx to raise her head to her full height, and the water was clean and cold and full of blind fish that she ate by the dozen. It was, she admitted, an improvement on the sewers of Little Whinging. I have been thinking about the sealed entrance, Nyx said one night. They were in the cavern, Harry sitting on a ledge of rock, Nyx coiled in the shallows, her massive head resting on the stone beside him. In the magical light Harry had conjured, a trick he'd learned from the charms textbook, her scales were iridescent, shifting between black and deep emerald. The bathroom entrance. Yes. The magic is Parseltongue activated. I am certain of it. It will only open for a speaker. What do you think is down there? Something old. Something that was made for a basilisk. Perhaps a lair. Perhaps more. The magic is layered, I can taste centuries in it. Whoever built this castle wanted a serpent to live here. Salazar Slytherin. That would be the obvious guess. Harry leaned back against the cave wall. The stone was cool and damp. People are going to start noticing I'm gone at night. I need to be careful. You need the invisible garment the large man mentioned. The one your father owned. I don't have it. Not yet. But I suspect it will find its way to you. The lemon man is too sentimental to keep it. Harry smiled. Nyx's ability to read people she'd never met, based solely on the magical residue they left behind, never stopped impressing him. Halloween morning dawned bright and cold. The castle smelled of pumpkin and sugar, and by the time Harry reached the great hall for breakfast, live bats were already swooping between the floating candles. Everyone was in high spirits, everyone except Hermione Granger, who was sitting alone at the end of the Gryffindor table, her face tight and her eyes red. Harry sat down across from her. What happened? Nothing. He waited. Nyx had taught him the value of silence. Ron Weasley, Hermione said, her voice cracking despite her best efforts to keep it steady. We were in charms, and I was just trying to help him with the levitation charm. He was saying it wrong, he kept saying leave IOHSA, and I corrected him, and after class he said, she stopped. Swallowed. He said I was a nightmare, and no wonder I haven't got any friends. Harry looked at her. Her chin was trembling, but she was holding it together with the iron will of someone who'd had a lot of practice at not crying in public. Ron can be an idiot, Harry said. He doesn't mean half of what he says, but that doesn't make it hurt less. I don't care what he thinks. Yeah, you do. And that's okay. Her eyes glistened. She blinked hard, snatched up her bag, and said, I'm going to the bathroom. She was gone before Harry could say anything else. He found Ron in the corridor outside Charms, laughing with Seamus. Ron. What? You upset Hermione. Ron's grin faltered. She's always showing off, Harry, she's lonely. She corrects people because she's terrified of being wrong, because being wrong means she doesn't belong here. Use your head. Ron opened his mouth, closed it. The tips of his ears went red. I didn't mean. I was just annoyed. Then tell her that. But Hermione didn't come back. She wasn't at afternoon classes. She wasn't at the Halloween feast, which was spectacular, 1,000 live bats, floating jack-o'-lanterns, food piled higher than Harry had ever seen. Ron kept glancing at Hermione's empty seat, looking increasingly miserable. The doors to the great hall burst open. Professor Quirrell came sprinting in, turban askew, terror on his face. He ran the length of the hall and collapsed at Dumbledore's feet. Troll, he gasped. In the dungeons. Thought you ought to know. He fainted. The hall erupted. Students screamed. Dumbledore fired a cannon blast from his wand and said, Silence, and the noise died like a snuffed candle. Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons. Harry was on his feet before the last word left Dumbledore's mouth. In the chaos, students surging toward the doors, prefects shouting, teachers drawing wands, he grabbed Ron's arm. Hermione doesn't know about the troll. She's in the bathroom. Ron went white. Which bathroom? First floor. They ran. They ducked away from the stream of students flowing toward the towers and sprinted down the corridor, around a corner, down a flight of stairs. Harry's wand was in his hand. His senses were sharp, sharper than a normal 11-year-old's, sharpened by years of danger and instinct. He smelled it before he saw it, a stench like old socks and public toilets, thick and rancid. Then he heard it, a heavy, shuffling gait, punctuated by grunts. Something massive was moving in the corridor ahead. Harry. Nyx's voice, urgent. The troll is on your level. First floor. Moving east. I know. Hermione's in the bathroom. I am coming. No. Stay hidden. I can handle this. Harry, trust me. They turned the corner and saw it. 12 feet tall, gray-skinned, lumpy as a boulder, with a small bald head and thick legs like tree trunks. It was carrying a wooden club the size of a battering ram, dragging it along the floor with a scraping sound that set Harry's teeth on edge. As they watched, it stopped in front of a door, the girls' bathroom, and sniffed the air. Then it smashed through the door. Hermione screamed. Harry was already running. Ron was half a step behind him, pale and terrified but running. They burst through the shattered doorway and into the bathroom. The troll had cornered Hermione against the far wall. Sinks were smashed. Water sprayed from broken pipes. Hermione was on the floor, her arms over her head, frozen with terror. The troll raised its club. Harry didn't think. He acted. 5 years of wandless magic, 5 years of Nyx's training, 5 years of learning that hesitation got you hurt, it all compressed into a single instant. He thrust his hand forward and pushed. The force hit the troll's arm like a battering ram. The club jerked sideways, missing Hermione by inches and smashing into the wall instead. Tile exploded. The troll grunted, confused, and turned. Its small, stupid eyes found Harry. Hey! Ron shouted from the other side of the room. He'd picked up a piece of broken pipe. Hey, you big ugly, he threw the pipe. It bounced off the troll's head. The troll didn't notice. It swung its club at Harry. Harry dropped flat. The club whistled over his head and hit a row of stalls, reducing them to splinters. Harry rolled, came up on one knee, and pointed his wand. Wingardium Leviosa. The club ripped free from the troll's hand and shot upward. The troll looked up, bewildered, at its own weapon hovering 12 feet above its head. Harry released the spell. The club dropped. It hit the troll directly on the crown of its skull with a sound like a coconut on concrete. The troll swayed. Its eyes crossed. It fell forward like a tree, hit the wet floor with a crash that shook the walls, and lay still. Silence. Water hissing from broken pipes. Harry's breath ragged in his chest. Is it dead? Hermione whispered. Just knocked out. Harry lowered his wand. His hand was shaking. Not from fear, from the adrenaline dump, the sudden release of tension. He crossed the room and knelt beside her. Are you hurt? No. No. She looked at him, then at Ron, who was standing in the doorway looking like he might be sick. How did you? The door burst open behind Ron. McGonagall stormed in, followed by Snape and Quirrell. McGonagall took one look at the unconscious troll, the destroyed bathroom, and the 3 first-years standing in the wreckage, and her face went through several stages of cardiac arrest before settling on incandescent fury. What on earth were you thinking? You could have been killed. Why aren't you in your dormitory? Harry opened his mouth. But Hermione was faster. It was my fault, Professor McGonagall. Everyone turned to look at her. Hermione stood up, wet and shaking, and lied with a conviction that Harry found genuinely impressive. I went looking for the troll. I'd read about them and I thought I could handle it. I was wrong. Harry and Ron came to find me. If they hadn't, I'd be dead. McGonagall stared at her. Miss Granger, of all the foolish, 5 points from Gryffindor for your serious lack of judgment. She turned to Harry and Ron. As for you two, not many first-year students could take on a fully grown mountain troll and live. 5 points each. To Gryffindor. She swept out, Quirrell trailing behind her, whimpering at the troll. Snape lingered. His black eyes swept the room, the smashed sinks, the unconscious troll, the 3 children. His gaze landed on Harry and stayed there for a long moment. Then he turned and left without a word. But not before Harry noticed him limping. Snape's right leg was dragging, and there was a dark stain on his robes near the ankle. Blood. The dark man is injured, Nix confirmed. He went to the 3rd floor tonight. Where the 3-headed beast guards the trapdoor. Why would Snape go there? That is an excellent question. Ron and Hermione were looking at Harry. The 3 of them stood in the ruined bathroom, water swirling around their shoes, and something passed between them, something unspoken, something that had been forged in the last 5 minutes and couldn't be unforged. Thanks, Hermione said. Her voice was small. Both of you. Ron scratched the back of his neck. Listen, Hermione, what I said earlier. About you being a nightmare. I'm sorry. That was. I was a git. You were, Hermione agreed. But she was almost smiling. They walked back to Gryffindor Tower together. Harry in the middle, Ron on his left, Hermione on his right. The corridors were empty, the torches guttering low. Somewhere below them, Nick settled into the dark, and Harry felt her satisfaction like a warm current in his chest. He had friends. Real friends. People who ran toward trolls instead of away from them, who lied to teachers to protect each other, who said sorry when they were wrong. The thing about being 6 years old and alone was that you learned to survive. The thing about being 11 and not alone was that you started to learn something else, something harder, more dangerous, more terrifying than any troll. You started to learn to trust. Later that night, Harry lay in bed and stared at the ceiling of the dormitory. Ron was asleep. Neville was asleep. The castle was quiet. Nix. Yes. The turban man. When the troll was down and the teachers came in, he looked at me. Just for a second. And the thing behind my scar, the shard you told me about, it responded. Yes. It hurt. Not a lot, not like a headache, more like a tuning fork. Like something inside me was trying to vibrate at his frequency. Nix was quiet for a long time. When she spoke, her voice was careful, the voice she used when she was about to say something that mattered. The turban man is carrying a passenger, Harry. A consciousness that is not his own. I have felt it since the first night. It is fractured, incomplete, a piece of a soul, clinging to life through another's body. And it is the same as the shard in your scar. The same soul. The same broken thing. Harry's blood went cold. Voldemort. What remains of him? He is inside that man, Harry. Wearing him like a coat. And he is looking for something in this castle. The thing under the trapdoor. Yes. Harry pressed his palm against his scar. It was warm. Faintly, distantly, he could feel it, a presence, dark and desperate and hungry, reaching toward him through the walls of the castle like a hand through fog. He doesn't know about you, Harry said. About us. Not yet. The shard in your scar may have shown him fragments, dreams, sensations. But the bond between us is mine, and I have shielded it. He sees you as a boy with a scar. Nothing more. How long can you keep that up? Long enough. But, Harry, he will come for whatever is under that trapdoor. And when he does, he will have to go through the castle. Through the pipes. Through me. Harry closed his eyes. The dormitory was dark. The wind off the Scottish moors pressed against the tower windows, and the castle breathed around him, old and vast and full of secrets. We need to find out what's under that trapdoor, Harry said. We need to find out what Voldemort wants. Agreed. And we need to explore the sealed entrance. The bathroom. The one with the snake on the tap. One thing at a time. Naturally. But, Harry. Yeah. The troll tonight. You did well. The wandless push, that was powerful. More powerful than you've shown before. The teachers did not notice because there was chaos and water and a collapsing troll. But if you use that kind of magic in the open, without cover, someone will see. And questions will be asked that we are not ready to answer. I know. Be careful. I'm always careful. You ran toward a mountain troll tonight. Carefully. A sound that might have been laughter vibrated up through the floor, low and hissing and warm, the closest thing a basilisk could manage to a chuckle. Good night, little speaker. Good night, Nix. The castle settled. The wind died. Harry Potter lay in the dark with a wand on his nightstand and a scar on his forehead and a serpent in the deep, and he thought about trolls and trapdoors and the broken soul that was hunting somewhere in the corridors above him. He thought about Hermione's terrified face. Ron's stupid bravery with the pipe. The way they'd walked back together, shoulder to shoulder, something new between them, fragile and fierce and real. He thought about Snape's limp and Snape's eyes and the pain that lived behind the hatred. He thought about Draco Malfoy standing in a dark corridor, confused by a kindness he hadn't expected. He thought about Dumbledore's warm gaze and the wards on Privet Drive and the way the old man watched him, not with suspicion, exactly, but with the careful attention of someone who was playing a very long game. Everyone is playing a game, Harry thought. Everyone has a plan. The question is whose plan survives contact with reality. He rolled over and pressed his face into the pillow. Below him, in the dark, the King of Serpents kept watch. 60 feet of muscle and scale and ancient, lethal magic, coiled in the foundations of a castle built by a man who had dreamed of serpents. Her eyes were closed, the killing lid sealed shut, the yellow gaze hidden, but she was not sleeping. She was listening. To the pipes, to the stone, to the heartbeat of the boy who had pulled her from the shell. Something was coming. They could both feel it, a pressure in the air, a tightening, like the moment before a storm breaks. Voldemort was in the castle. The thing under the trapdoor was waiting. And somewhere in the deep, behind a seal that had waited 1,000 years for a speaker's voice, the Chamber of Secrets dreamed of being opened. Harry slept. Nix watched. The castle breathed. And in the walls, behind the turban, something dark and desperate pressed against its prison of borrowed flesh and wanted. Chapter 3, The Chamber remembers November brought rain that didn't stop. It hammered the castle windows and turned the grounds to mud and made the lake swell until it licked at the bottom steps of the boathouse. Quidditch practice became an exercise in controlled drowning. Oliver Wood, undeterred by weather that would have grounded commercial aircraft, ran them through drills in sheets of freezing rain while lightning cracked over the forbidden forest. "If we can play in this, we can play in anything." Wood shouted from 30 feet up, water streaming off his broom. "If we can survive this, we don't need Quidditch." Fred Weasley shouted back. Harry said nothing. He was 60 feet above the pitch, soaked through, his glasses useless, tracking the practice snitch by feel and instinct, the tiny flutter of displaced air, the glint of gold against gray. He'd stopped relying on his eyes in the first week of training. Nix had spent years teaching him to use his other senses, and in the rain, that training paid dividends. He caught the snitch 14 times that session. Wood nearly wept. The first match was Gryffindor versus Slytherin, and it was approaching fast. Harry found he didn't mind. The nerves were there, a tight coil in his stomach that wound tighter as the date approached, but beneath them was something steadier. Confidence, earned through practice and repetition and the quiet knowledge that he'd faced worse than a Quidditch match. The morning of the game dawned cold and clear, the first dry day in weeks. Harry picked at his breakfast while Ron tried to force toast on him and Hermione recited Quidditch statistics she'd memorized from a book she claimed to have read, just for reference. "Seekers have the highest injury rate of any position," she said, buttering her toast with academic calm. "Broken bones, concussions, one recorded case of full-body petrification from a cursed bludger in 1762, Hermione," Ron said. "Not helping. I'm providing context. You're providing nightmares." Harry stood up. "I'm going to go throw up now. Meet you at the pitch." He didn't throw up. He went to the bathroom on the first floor, the out-of-order one with the leaking tap and the snake etched into the copper, and pressed his hand against the pipe. "Nix. I am here. You are nervous. A bit. You have faced a mountain troll. You live with a basilisk. You are about to play a game on a broomstick. Perspective, Harry." He smiled despite himself. "Wish me luck. I do not believe in luck. I believe in preparation and superior reflexes. You have both. Now go." The match was chaos. Beautiful, exhilarating, terrifying chaos. The crowd roared. Lee Jordan commentated with escalating hysteria. The Slytherin team played dirty, elbows, body checks, a bludger aimed at Harry's head that he dodged by inches. Harry flew above it all, scanning the pitch for the snitch, letting the game flow beneath him. Then his broom jerked. It was subtle at first, a twitch, a stutter, like a car hitting a pothole. Harry gripped the handle and leaned forward. The broom jerked again, harder, and this time it didn't stop. It bucked beneath him like a living thing, trying to throw him, and Harry's hands went white-knuckled as the broom climbed, higher, higher, then dropped, then spun, and the crowd gasped and pointed and Harry realized with cold clarity that someone was jinxing his broom. "Harry!" Nix's voice, sharp with alarm. "Someone is channeling a hex. I can feel it, a sustained spell, dark in texture. It is coming from the stands." Harry couldn't answer. He was hanging on with both hands, the broom lurching wildly, the ground 100 feet below. He could see Ron and Hermione in the stands, Ron white-faced, Hermione with binoculars pressed to her eyes, scanning the teacher's box. The broom gave a violent buck and Harry slipped. His right hand lost its grip. He dangled from the broom by one hand, the wind tearing at him, the crowd screaming. Then the jinx broke. The broom steadied. Harry hauled himself up, breathing hard, and looked down at the teacher's box. Something had happened there, a commotion, a flash of blue flame, but he couldn't see details. What he could see, glinting 5 feet below him, was the snitch. He dove. The wind flattened his robes against his body. The snitch darted sideways and Harry followed, arm outstretched, fingers closing. Got it. He pulled up and held the snitch above his head, and Gryffindor won 170-60. The common room celebration lasted until midnight. Harry escaped as soon as he could, claiming exhaustion, which wasn't entirely a lie, and found a quiet corridor on the 3rd floor. Ron and Hermione caught up with him before he'd gone 10 steps. "Someone jinxed your broom," Hermione said, without preamble. "I saw who it was." "Go on." "Snape. He was staring at you, muttering, not blinking." "That's the signs of a sustained jinx. I read about it in Curses and Counter-Curses by Vindictus Viridian. I set fire to his robes to break his concentration." "You set fire to a teacher," Ron said, still sounding odd. Harry leaned against the wall. His scar was prickling, faintly, the way it did when the thing behind it was restless. "Are you sure it was Snape?" "I saw him, Harry." "He was definitely, you saw him muttering." "Was anyone else muttering?" Hermione paused. I was focused on Snape. He was the obvious suspect." "Right." Harry pushed off the wall. "Listen, I'm not saying you're wrong. But Snape was also limping after the troll, which means he went near the 3-headed dog on the 3rd floor. Why would a man trying to steal whatever's under the trapdoor also try to kill me at a Quidditch match? Those are 2 different goals." Ron frowned. "Maybe he's just evil." "People aren't just evil, Ron. They have reasons. Death Eaters didn't need reasons. Death Eaters had reasons. Bad ones, wrong ones, but reasons." Harry met Ron's eyes. "I'm not defending Snape. I'm saying we don't have the full picture." Hermione was watching him with that sharp, analytical expression she got when something didn't fit her framework. "You think it was someone else?" "I think we need more information. Starting with what's under that trapdoor." The research started that night and consumed every spare moment for the next 2 weeks. Hermione attacked the library with the methodical fury of a general planning a campaign. Ron contributed by complaining about the amount of reading and then, when no one was watching, reading more than either of them expected. Harry divided his time between the library, classes, and his nightly meetings with Nix. It was Hermione who found the connection. She slammed a book down on the library table hard enough to make Madame Pants hiss from across the room. "Nicholas Flamel," she whispered. "I knew I'd heard the name. He's an alchemist. He made the Philosopher's Stone." Harry looked at her. "Which does what?" "It produces the elixir of life. Whoever drinks it becomes immortal, or as close to it as makes no difference. Flamel is over 600 years old." Ron let out a low whistle. "So that's what's under the trapdoor. The Philosopher's Stone. And that's what Voldemort wants," Harry said quietly. "Not power. Not revenge. A body. He's a wraith, a fragment. He needs the stone to come back." The table went silent. Ron looked sick. Hermione's face was pale but determined, the face of someone who'd committed to seeing this through. "We tell Dumbledore," Hermione said. "Tell him what?" "That we've been investigating a forbidden corridor and we think a teacher is possessed by a dead Dark Lord." "He already knows, Hermione. The stone is here because Dumbledore brought it here. The protections are his." He's using it as bait. Bait for what? For Voldemort. To draw him out. To see what he does. Hermione stared at him. That's incredibly dangerous. Welcome to Hogwarts, Harry said. That night, long after Ron and Hermione had gone to bed, Harry went down. He'd been putting this off for weeks, finding excuses, too busy, too risky, not ready. But the truth was simpler, he was afraid. Not of what he'd find, but of what it would mean. The bathroom with the snake tap. The sealed entrance. Whatever lay below. He stood in front of the sink, the out-of-order bathroom dark and dripping around him. The snake etched into the copper was tiny, barely visible, worn smooth by centuries. But Harry could feel the magic coiled behind it, vast and patient, waiting. I'm going to open it, he told Nyx. I know. I am directly below you. The moment it opens, I will be there. Harry looked at the snake and spoke. Not English. Not consciously Parseltongue. Just a command, rising from somewhere deep in his chest, shaped by instinct and intent. Open. The tap glowed white. The sink shuddered, groaned, and began to move. It sank into the floor, and the sinks on either side slid outward, revealing a pipe, wide, dark, descending into the earth at a steep angle. Cold air rushed up from below, carrying the smell of damp stone and ancient magic. Harry sat on the edge and pushed off. The pipe swallowed him. He slid downward in the dark, twisting and turning, the stone smooth beneath him, gravity pulling him faster and faster until the pipe leveled off and spat him out onto a floor of wet stone. He stood up. His wand was in his hand, and he lit it, lumos, and the light bloomed in the darkness. He was in a tunnel. It was large enough for a basilisk. The ceiling arched overhead, carved from living rock, and the walls were lined with stone pillars shaped like serpents, their mouths open, their eyes set with dark gems that caught the wand light and threw it back in green sparks. The floor was littered with small bones, rats, birds, things that had lived and died down here over centuries. Harry. He turned. Nyx was there. She filled the tunnel. 60 feet of her stretched back into the dark, her scales catching the wand light in ripples of black and emerald. Her great head was level with his, her eyes sealed shut behind the inner lids, and in the wand light she was the most magnificent thing he had ever seen. You are shaking, she said. It's cold down here. It is not that cold. But I will accept the lie. He put his hand on her snout. Her scales were warm, as always, a furnace burning inside her. She pressed into his palm, and they stood there for a moment, a boy and a serpent in the dark, at the threshold of something ancient. Together? Harry said. Always. They moved forward. The tunnel stretched ahead, long and straight, and Nyx flowed beside him like a river of dark muscle. They passed through a door of intertwined stone serpents. It opened at Harry's hissed command, and into a chamber. The Chamber of Secrets. Harry's wand light wasn't enough. He raised his wand higher, pushed more magic into the spell, and the light expanded, filling the space, climbing the pillars, reaching toward a ceiling so high it was lost in shadow. The chamber was enormous. Stone serpents lined the walls, carved into the pillars, their bodies intertwined in patterns that repeated and shifted like a language written in muscle and scale. At the far end, rising from the floor to the ceiling, was a statue. Salazar Slytherin. Harry knew it the way you know a face from a description, the long, thin beard, the gaunt features, the imperious expression. The statue was ancient, its surface smoothed by time, but the craftsmanship was extraordinary. Slytherin stared out over his chamber with the flat, unblinking gaze of a man who had built something meant to outlast him. This was his place, Nyx said. Her voice was hushed, not with reverence, but with the particular attention she gave to things that mattered. A basilisk lived here. I can feel the residue. Old, centuries old, but unmistakable. A serpent made its lair here, once. The basilisk from the legends. Slytherin's monster. Yes. She is long dead. The traces are faint. But the chamber remembers her. Harry walked the length of the chamber, his footsteps echoing. Water trickled along channels carved into the floor, feeding into pools that reflected his wand light. The air was cold and still and tasted of stone and time. Behind the statue, he found a door. It was small, incongruous in a chamber built on a grand scale. Set into the wall at ground level, barely 5 feet high, with a handle shaped like a coiled snake. Harry reached for it, hesitated, then opened it. Beyond was a study. Not a grand hall, not a treasure room, a study. Small, square, lined with shelves. A desk of dark wood, its surface clear except for a single book and a quill that looked like it had been set down yesterday. A chair. A lamp, not magical, just a simple oil lamp, the kind that would have been common 1,000 years ago. The shelves were full of books, scrolls, and objects Harry couldn't identify, crystals, vials, things that hummed with residual magic. He picked up the book on the desk. It was bound in dark leather, and when he opened it, the pages were covered in a script he couldn't read, tight, angular, flowing in patterns that weren't quite letters. But as he stared at the script, something shifted. The patterns moved, rearranged, and he realized he could read them, not with his eyes, but with the part of his brain that processed Parseltongue. The writing was in the serpent language, rendered in visual form. Nix. Can you see this? She couldn't fit through the door, but she pressed her eye, lid sealed, against the opening and said, I can taste the magic on it. Old. Very old. What does it say? Harry read aloud, translating haltingly, the Parseltongue symbols resolving into meaning like a fog clearing. To whomever reads these words, you are a speaker, and you have found my sanctum. I am Salazar Slytherin, and this is my gift to you, not the chamber, not the serpent, but knowledge. The world above will tell you that I was a villain. Perhaps I was. I feared what I could not control, and my fear made me cruel. But I also understood things that my fellow founders did not, the nature of magical bonds, the language of serpents, the deep magic that lives in blood and breath and will. These shelves contain my life's work. Use it well, or not at all. The serpent chooses. That is the only law that matters. Harry closed the book. His hands were steady, but his pulse was hammering. Salazar Slytherin's personal library. 1,000 years of research, written in a language that only a Parselmouth could read. He looked at the shelves. Dozens of books, maybe hundreds. Scrolls in leather cases. Journals bound with cord. Each one radiating the faint hum of preserved magic, enchantments laid to protect the contents from time and decay. We can't take these out of here, Harry said. If anyone finds out about this, no one will find out. Only a speaker can open the chamber, and you are the only speaker in this school. This is ours, Harry. Ours alone. He took a breath. Then another. He set the book down carefully, exactly where he'd found it, and looked around the study one more time. There was so much here. So much to learn, to understand, to use. We come back, he said. Regularly. I'll read everything I can. But we do it slowly. Carefully. Agreed. And, Harry, the knowledge in these books is not inherently dark. But it is powerful. The world above does not distinguish between the two. Be careful who you trust with this. I trust Ron and Hermione. I know you do. That is a conversation for another time. For now, we leave. You have been gone too long, and the armored man patrols these corridors at night. Harry left the study, pulled the door shut, and walked back through the chamber. At the entrance, he stopped and looked back. The stone serpent stared from the pillars. Slytherin's statue gazed over the empty hall. 1,000 years of silence. Good night, Harry said to the chamber. It didn't answer. But the torches along the walls flickered, just once, as if something very old had hurt him. He climbed back up through the pipes, emerged in the bathroom, and sealed the entrance behind him. The sink ground back into place. The snake on the tap went still. Harry crept back to Gryffindor Tower with his heart full of secrets and his mind racing with possibilities. He didn't sleep until dawn. December brought snow and exams and attention that wound tighter every day. Harry spent his free hours in the chamber, descending through the bathroom entrance after midnight, reading Slytherin's journals by wandlight, absorbing knowledge that hadn't seen daylight in a millennium. The Parseltongue script was dense and archaic, full of concepts that had no English equivalent, but Harry found that if he read slowly and let the serpent language part of his brain do the work, meaning emerged like shapes in fog. He learned about magical bonds, not the vague references in his Hogwarts textbooks, but the deep theory. Slytherin had been obsessed with the relationship between magical creatures and wizards, the way a bond could strengthen both parties, the way a serpent's magic and a speaker's magic could intertwine and amplify. Slytherin wrote about his own basilisk with something that read, unmistakably, like love. She was my companion for 200 years, Nyx translated, reading over Harry's shoulder through the study door. He called her Asterion. He says she was the wisest being he ever knew. Wiser than Gryffindor, certainly. Wiser than himself. What happened to her? He does not say. The later journals are darker. More paranoid. He writes about threats to the school, about Muggle-born students, about a rift with the other founders. I think something happened, something that changed him. Fear, Harry said, remembering the inscription. He said his fear made him cruel. Fear often does. Harry also found something else in the study, a shelf of books on Parseltongue spellcasting. He'd never known it existed. Wand magic was wand magic, he'd assumed, words and wrist movements, the same for everyone. But Slytherin had developed an entirely separate magical tradition, powered by the serpent language itself. Parseltongue spells didn't require a wand. They required intent, willpower, and the vibrational quality of the hissing tongue, sounds that resonated with magic on a frequency that normal speech couldn't reach. He started practicing. Small things, at first, lighting flames, moving water, reinforcing his existing wandless abilities. But the Parseltongue magic was different from either wand magic or raw wandless magic. It was older, wilder, more intuitive. When he cast a Parseltongue fire spell, the flame that appeared was green and cold and burned without consuming. When he cast a shielding spell, the barrier that formed was visible, a translucent wall of serpentine scales, shimmering in the air. Be careful, Nyx warned. This magic is powerful, but it draws on the bond between us. I can feel it when you cast, a pull, like you're borrowing from my strength. That is not a problem now, but if you push too hard, I'll be careful. You keep saying that. I remain skeptical. He didn't tell Ron and Hermione about the chamber. Not yet. It wasn't that he didn't trust them, he did, more than he'd ever trusted anyone except Nyx. But the chamber was too big, too dangerous, too easily misunderstood. A Parselmouth with a basilisk and a secret lair beneath the school. Even his friends might struggle with that. What he did share was the Flammel research, and the three of them worked the problem together. They knew the stone was under the trapdoor. They knew Voldemort wanted it. What they didn't know was the timeline. When would Voldemort make his move? He can't just walk in, Hermione said. They were in the library, surrounded by books, speaking in whispers. Dumbledore's protections will be layered. Multiple challenges, probably one from each teacher. It would take someone with significant skill to get through them all. Unless that someone is already inside the castle, Harry said. Ron looked at him. You still think it's not Snape? I think Snape is doing something. I just don't think it's what we think it is. Harry drummed his fingers on the table. What do we know about Quirrell? He's a joke, Ron said. Stuttering, scared of his own shadow, where's that stupid turban, why does he wear the turban? He said it was a gift from an African prince. For getting rid of a zombie. And before he taught defense against the dark arts, he taught Muggle studies. Which means he went from a safe, boring subject to the most dangerous one, after a year-long sabbatical where he supposedly encountered a vampire and came back a nervous wreck. Harry leaned forward. What if he didn't come back a nervous wreck? What if he came back carrying something? Hermione's eyes widened. You think Quirrell is, I think the turban isn't a fashion choice. The temperature in the library seemed to drop. Ron looked like he was going to be sick. Hermione's mind was visibly racing, recalculating, reorganizing. If you're right, she said slowly, then every time we've been in defense against the dark arts, we've been in a room with Voldemort. Yes. Bloody hell, Ron said. But we can't prove it, Hermione said. And if we're wrong, then we've accused an innocent teacher of being a Dark Lord's vessel. I know. That's why we don't accuse anyone. We watch. We wait. And when he makes his move, we're ready. It was in mid-December, the week before the holidays, that Nix first felt the binding enchantments. Harry was in the chamber, reading by wandlight, when Nix's voice cut through his concentration, not her usual dry commentary, but something sharp and urgent. Harry. Come out. Now. He was on his feet instantly, the book dropped, his wand in his hand. He pushed through the study door and into the main chamber, and what he saw stopped him cold. Nix was writhing. Her massive body thrashed in the central channel of the chamber, sending water crashing against the pillars. Her head was thrown back, jaws open, and from her throat came a sound Harry had never heard before, a high, keening hiss that was half scream, half roar. Green light pulsed along her scales and waves, and her sealed eyes bulged as though something was trying to force them open from behind. Harry ran to her. He dropped to his knees at the edge of the channel and grabbed her neck with both hands, the scales burning hot beneath his palms. Nix. What's happening? Enchantments, in the walls, they were dormant, activated when I entered the inner chamber, binding spells, they're trying to, she convulsed. Her tail smashed against a pillar and cracked the stone. The green light pulsed brighter, and Harry felt it, through the bond, through the connection that ran from his heart to hers, a foreign presence. Something old and cold and imperious, reaching through the chamber's enchantments, trying to wrap itself around Nix's mind. It was a command. Obey. Submit. Serve the air. And behind the command, riding it like a signal on a carrier wave, Harry felt something else, something newer, sharper, desperate. A fragment of a fractured soul, reaching through a scar on a boy's forehead, through the walls of a castle, into the enchantments of a dead man, trying to claim what it believed was its birthright. Voldemort. Not consciously, not deliberately. The wraith in Quirrell's turban was asleep or distracted. But the shard in Harry's scar had felt the chamber's magic activate, and it was reaching for Nix with the blind, hungry instinct of a broken thing trying to be whole. No, Harry said. The word came out in Parseltongue, but it wasn't just a word. It was a spell, raw, instinctive, powered by the bond and by the fury that erupted in his chest like a volcano. She is mine. He didn't know what he was doing. He'd read about bond magic in Slytherin's journals, the theory, the principles, but he'd never practiced it, never needed to. Now he cast by instinct, pouring himself into the connection, filling it with everything he had. His magic, his will, his love, the fierce, absolute love of a 6-year-old boy who'd found a friend in the dark. The binding enchantments fought him. They were old and strong, woven into the chamber's foundations by Slytherin himself, designed to ensure that the basilisk served the heir of his bloodline. They pulled at Nix, trying to override her will, trying to reduce her to a weapon, a tool, a pet, a monster on a leash. I chose, Nix hissed. Her voice was strained, her body still convulsing, but beneath the pain there was something iron. I chose him. Not the blood. Not the name. Him. He pulled me from the shell. He held me. He is mine and I am his, and you do not get to take that. The chamber shook. The water in the channels surged. The stone serpents on the pillars seemed to move, their carved eyes tracking, their mouths gaping wider. And the binding enchantments shattered. It wasn't gradual. It was sudden and total, like a chain snapping under impossible strain. Green light exploded outward from Nyx's body, hit the walls, and was absorbed. The carved serpents went still. The water settled. The keening sound cut off. Nyx collapsed. She lay in the channel, her massive body still, her breathing shallow. Harry climbed down into the water, it was freezing, up to his waist, and pressed himself against her neck, his arms spread wide, his face against her scales. Nyx. Nyx, talk to me. A long silence. Then, faintly, I am here. Are you okay? I am, diminished. The enchantments drew heavily on my reserves when they tried to bind me. Breaking them cost more. I will need time to recover. Harry held her. The water soaked through his robes, his shoes, his skin. He didn't care. The shard in your scar, Nyx said. It tried to use the enchantments. It felt the chamber wake and it reached for me. It knows about me now, Harry. The piece of him that lives in you, it knows. Does Voldemort know? The Wraith? I cannot tell. The shard is semi-autonomous. It may not have communicated with the Wraith. But we must assume the worst. Harry pressed his forehead against her scales and breathed. In. Out. In. Out. We need to be more careful. Yes. No more coming to the chamber until you're recovered. Stay in the cavern. Rest. I do not take orders from you. Nyx. A pause. Fine. But only because I am tired. Not because you told me to. He smiled against her scales, his eyes burning, and held her until the shaking stopped. He climbed out of the chamber an hour later, soaked and shivering, his magic drained, his scar throbbing. He sealed the entrance, dried himself with a clumsy charm that left his robes slightly damp and smelling of singed fabric, and crept into the corridor. Snape was standing there. Harry's heart stopped. The potions master was leaning against the opposite wall, arms crossed, black eyes gleaming in the torchlight. He looked like he'd been waiting for some time. Mr. Potter, Snape said. Out of bed. Past curfew. Emerging from a bathroom that has been out of order for 15 years. His voice was soft, almost pleasant, which was infinitely more terrifying than shouting. I find myself curious. Harry's mind raced. He was exhausted, drained, his scar was on fire, and he was standing in front of the one teacher in the school who he couldn't read, couldn't predict, couldn't bluff. I couldn't sleep, Harry said. I went for a walk. In a disused bathroom. The plumbing makes a nice sound. Very soothing. Snape's eyes narrowed. He pushed off the wall and took a step closer, and Harry resisted the urge to step back. Up close, Snape was taller than Harry had realized, and his presence was oppressive, cold, controlled, radiating a tightly leashed intensity. Your father, Snape said, was a mediocre liar. He relied on charm and bravado and the unwavering support of friends who should have known better. You, I suspect, are a much better liar than he ever was. Which concerns me. I'm not lying. You are. I can see it. Snape's gaze bored into him, and Harry felt something, a pressure against his mind, light but deliberate, like fingers testing the surface of a locked door. Legilimency. Nyx had warned him about this. Harry did what Nyx had taught him. He didn't resist, resistance was visible, detectable. Instead, he redirected. He let Snape's probe find exactly what Harry wanted him to find, a sleepless boy, restless and wandering, homesick despite himself. The image of a cupboard under the stairs, dark and small. The memory of lying awake, listening to the Dursleys' muffled voices. Snape flinched. It was tiny, a micro-expression, there and gone, but Harry saw it. The probe withdrew. Snape's expression changed, and for a moment, just a moment, the mask cracked, and Harry saw something underneath that he didn't expect. Anguish. "Go back to your dormitory," Snape said. His voice was rough. "If I catch you out of bed again, I will take 50 points from Gryffindor and put you in detention until you graduate." "Yes, sir." Harry walked away. He made it to the end of the corridor before Snape spoke again. "Potter." He stopped. Didn't turn around. "The cupboard," Snape said. "How long?" Harry was quiet for a moment. 10 years. Silence. When Harry looked back, Snape was gone. The corridor was empty. But something had passed between them in that moment, not friendship, not forgiveness, nothing so simple or so clean. An acknowledgement. A recognition. Two people who understood what it meant to be a child in a place where no one cared. Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower with his wet shoes squelching on the stone, and he thought about Snape's eyes, and he thought about Nix's pain, and he thought about the broken soul behind his scar that had reached for his basilisk and tried to steal her away. Christmas arrived, and the castle emptied. Ron's family was visiting his brother Charlie in Romania, so Ron stayed at Hogwarts. Hermione went home to her parents. Neville went home to his grandmother. The Gryffindor dormitory was quiet, just Harry and Ron, and a handful of older students who'd stayed behind. It was, paradoxically, the best Christmas of Harry's life. On Christmas morning, Harry woke to a pile of presents at the foot of his bed, the first presents he'd ever received. Ron had given him a box of chocolate frogs. Hagrid had sent a hand-carved wooden flute. Mrs. Weasley, Ron's mother, whom Harry had never met, had sent him a hand-knitted jumper in emerald green and a box of homemade fudge. Harry held the jumper for a long time, running his fingers over the wool, something tight and hot in his throat. The last package was different. It was light, almost weightless, wrapped in silvery paper with no card, just a note in narrow, slanting handwriting. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. A very Merry Christmas to you." Harry unwrapped it and a cloak spilled into his lap, shimmering, fluid, like water made of moonlight. He held it up and his arm vanished. "That's an invisibility cloak." Ron nearly fell out of bed. "Those are really rare. Really valuable. Who sent it?" Harry looked at the note. No signature. But the handwriting was precise, controlled, the handwriting of someone who chose each word with care. "Your father left this in my possession. Dumbledore." "The Lemon Man," Nix confirmed from below. She was still recovering from the binding enchantments, her voice fainter than usual, but she was alert. "He is sentimental, as I predicted. But there is strategy in the sentiment. He is giving you a tool. He wants to see how you use it. Then I'll use it carefully." He used it that night. The cloak was extraordinary, total invisibility, no shimmer, no distortion. Harry moved through the castle like a ghost, exploring corridors he hadn't dared visit before. He'd intended to go to the restricted section of the library, there were books there on Parseltongue and Basilisk lore that he needed, but he took a wrong turn on the 4th floor and found himself in a room he didn't recognize. It was empty except for a mirror. The mirror was enormous, floor to ceiling, framed in gold, with an inscription carved along the top. Harry read it, frowning, "Erist stra eru oit ube kafru oit unwosi." It took him a moment to realize it was reversed. "I show not your face but your heart's desire." He looked into the mirror. Harry Potter looked back at him. But not the Harry he knew, not the thin, underfed boy with glasses and a scar and the careful, guarded expression of someone who'd learned early that the world was not kind. This Harry was older, taller, standing straight, and he was smiling, a real smile, open and unafraid. Behind him stood two figures, a man with messy black hair and glasses, a woman with dark red hair and green eyes. His parents. And beside him, coiled in a loose spiral, her great head resting on his shoulder, was Nyx. Not hidden, not a secret. Out in the open, in the light, accepted. Whole. Harry stood in front of the mirror for a very long time. He came back the next night, and the night after. He sat in front of the mirror and looked at the family he'd never had and the future he desperately wanted, and each time it was harder to leave. On the third night, he wasn't alone. Back again, Harry. Dumbledore was sitting on a desk in the corner, his legs dangling, his half-moon spectacles catching the moonlight. He was wearing a purple dressing gown over what appeared to be a nightshirt, and his expression was gentle, fond, and knowing. "I see you've discovered the Mirror of Erist." Harry didn't pretend he hadn't been coming. "What does it really do?" "It shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts. You, who have never known your family, see them standing around you." Dumbledore's voice was soft. "But this mirror gives us neither knowledge nor truth. Men have wasted away before it, entranced by what they have seen, or been driven mad, not knowing if what it shows is real or even possible. So it's dangerous. Very." Dumbledore slipped off the desk and stood. He was taller than Harry had realized, and his blue eyes were bright and piercing in the half-light. "The mirror will be moved to a new home tomorrow, Harry, and I ask you not to go looking for it again. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live." Harry nodded. He started to leave, then stopped. "Professor. What do you see when you look in the mirror?" Dumbledore smiled. I see myself holding a pair of thick woolen socks. One can never have too many socks." It was a lie. Harry knew it was a lie. Dumbledore knew Harry knew it was a lie. Something passed between them, not confrontation, but a mutual acknowledgement that they were both people who kept secrets, and that this was okay, for now. "Merry Christmas, Professor." "Merry Christmas, Harry." Harry left. He walked back through the silent castle with the cloak thrown over his arm, visible and unhurried, and he thought about what he'd seen in the mirror. His parents. Nyx. Freedom. What did the old man want? Nyx asked when he was back in bed. "To warn me about the mirror. To seem kind and wise and trustworthy." Is he trustworthy? Harry thought about this. He cares about me. I believe that. But he also has a plan for me, and I don't know what it is, and he's not going to tell me. So, trustworthy, yes. But not fully honest. Much like you. Much like me. Then you understand each other. That is a start. January came, and with it the grinding machinery of a new term. Exams were months away, but Hermione was already studying. Ron was already not studying. Harry divided his time between classes, Quidditch practice, the library, and the chamber, cautiously, carefully, never for long. Nyx recovered slowly. The binding enchantments had drained something deep from her, not just magical energy, but something more fundamental, something connected to the bond itself. For weeks after the incident, Harry felt her pain as a low, constant ache in his chest, like a bruise on his heart. The enchantments were designed to override a basilisk's will, Nyx explained one evening. They were in her cavern. Harry found it easier to reach than the chamber, and safer. Slytherin wanted to ensure that his creature, Asterion, would serve his heirs after his death. He wove compulsion magic into the chamber itself. When I entered, the compulsions activated and tried to bind me. But you broke them. I broke them because of you. The bond between us is stronger than the compulsions because it is real, forged in choice, not in blood right. Slytherin's enchantments were designed for a basilisk that had been bred to serve. I was not bred. I was hatched by a lonely child who asked nothing of me except company. That is a different kind of magic, and it is stronger. But Voldemort felt it happen. The shard did. Whether the wraith knows is another question. But we must assume he will come for me eventually. He believes he is Slytherin's heir. He will believe I am his by right. Harry's jaw tightened. He's wrong. Yes. But he will not accept that. Men like him never do. February. March. The days lengthened and the castle warmed and Harry felt the year gathering momentum, rolling towards something he couldn't see but could feel, the way you feel a storm building before the first clouds appear. He kept studying Slytherin's journals. He kept practicing Parseltongue magic in the chamber, late at night, pushing his abilities further. He learned a shielding spell that could stop a curse cold. He learned a binding spell that could hold a creature in place, though he practiced it on rats, not people. He learned, most importantly, to channel his magic through the bond with Nyx, to borrow her strength when his ran low, to lend her his when she needed it. The bond deepened. It had always been strong, a connection that went beyond words, beyond thought, into something primal and absolute. But the incident with the binding enchantments had forged it into something new. They could feel each other's emotions as clearly as their own. Harry could sense Nyx's location in the castle without asking. Nyx could feel Harry's heartbeat from 100 feet away. It was, Harry reflected, the closest thing to family he'd ever known. Not the family he saw in the mirror of Eriste, the lost, impossible fantasy of parents who would never come back. Something real. Something earned. Something that chose to exist, every day, because both parties wanted it to. "You're getting sentimental," Nyx said one evening. "Shut up. I will not. Sentiment is a weakness in excess and a strength in moderation. You are currently hovering around moderate. I approve." I said shut up. "You love me. Obviously. Good. Now stop thinking about feelings and tell me about the Turban Man. What has he done this week?" Harry leaned against the cavern wall and organized his thoughts. "He's getting worse. More twitchy, more distracted. In defense class, he keeps losing his train of thought, like someone is talking to him and we can't hear. And his turban, it smells. Not just normal unwashed smell. Something chemical. Garlic, I think, but underneath it. Death. I know. The body he inhabits is failing. The wraith is consuming its host. He will have to act soon or lose his vessel. Which means he'll go for the stone. Yes. When? Soon. Weeks, perhaps. The man grows more desperate by the day. When Dumbledore is distracted or absent, he will move. Harry stared at the dark water of the underground river, his reflection fractured on its surface. Then we need to be ready. We will be. He climbed back up to the castle, sealed the entrance to Nyx's cavern, and walked through the quiet corridors toward Gryffindor Tower. The castle was still. The torches burned low. Somewhere in the distance, Peeves the poltergeist was cackling, but the sound was faint and harmless. Harry passed the third-floor corridor. He stopped. Pressed his ear to the locked door. Behind it, Fluffy breathed, deep, heavy, triple-lunged. Guarding the trapdoor. Guarding the stone. He kept walking. Past the defense against the dark arts classroom, where a faint light burned under the door and a whispered conversation, one voice stuttering, the other high and cold, leaked through the wood. Harry pressed himself against the wall and listened. Patience, the old fool suspects nothing, when the time comes. Be but master, the protections, Dumbledore's enchantments, I see cannot, you will find a way. You have always found a way. Do not fail me, Quirrell. And no, master. I won't. Silence. Harry moved away from the door on silent feet, his heart hammering, his scar burning. Nyx, he said, pressing the thought downward. I just heard them. Voldemort and Quirrell. He's going to make his move. How soon? Soon. He's almost ready. A long pause. When Nyx spoke, her voice carried the quiet gravity of a creature who had lived in darkness for 5 years and learned to see by other means. Then so are we. Harry reached Gryffindor Tower, gave the password, and climbed through the portrait hole. The common room was empty except for a fire dying in the grate. He stood by the window and looked out at the grounds, the lake silver in the moonlight, the forest dark, the mountains sharp against the stars. Somewhere below him, Nyx coiled in the deep, recovering her strength, sharpening her will. Somewhere in a locked classroom, a broken soul whispered to its vessel about the promise of immortality. Somewhere in a tower, an old man with half-moon spectacles moved chess pieces that were made of people and called it love. And Harry Potter stood at the window, 11 years old, a wand in his pocket and a serpent in his soul, and watched the stars and waited for the storm. It was coming. He could feel it the way Nyx felt the earth, a tremor, a shift, a gathering of force. Before the year was out, someone would go through that trapdoor. Someone would face Voldemort. Harry already knew who it would be. He turned from the window, climbed the stairs to his dormitory, and slept. Dreamless, deep, the sleep of someone who has made a decision and is at peace with it. Below him, in the Chamber of Secrets, 1,000-year-old study sat in silence. Books of Parseltongue magic lined the shelves. A dead wizard's legacy waited in the dark. And the carved serpents on the pillars watched with gem-set eyes, patient as stone, old as the castle itself. The chamber remembered. And the chamber waited. Just like Harry. Chapter 4, the third-floor corridor. Spring came to Hogwarts like a siege being lifted. The snow retreated up the mountains, the lake thawed and turned from steel to sapphire, and the grounds erupted in green so vivid it hurt to look at. Students spilled out of the castle at every opportunity, sprawling on the lawns, skipping stones across the lake, studying under trees that hadn't had leaves a month ago. The whole school seemed to exhale. Harry didn't exhale. Harry watched. He watched Quirrell deteriorate. It happened slowly at first, a missed class here, an erratic lesson there, the stammer worsening until some days the man could barely string a sentence together. His turban, always conspicuous, seemed to sit differently on his head now, heavier, tilted, as though the thing beneath it had grown. The garlic smell that clung to him intensified until students in the front row of defense against the dark arts started sitting further back, claiming allergies. "He looks awful," Ron said one morning in April, watching Quirrell fumble his way through the staff entrance to the Great Hall. The professor's face was gray, his eyes sunken, his hands shaking so badly that he knocked over his goblet twice before managing to drink from it. "Like he hasn't slept in weeks." "He hasn't," Harry said quietly. "Or if he has, it's not restful." Hermione looked at Harry over the top of her Transfiguration notes. She did that a lot lately, looked at him with that particular expression that meant she was calculating, weighing, trying to figure out what he knew that she didn't. She hadn't asked directly. That wasn't Hermione's way. She gathered data, formed hypotheses, and waited for the evidence to confirm them. "You know something," she said. "Not an accusation. An observation. I know what we all know. Quirrell is falling apart, Snape is watching him like a hawk, and whatever is going to happen with the stone is going to happen soon. That's not all you know." Harry met her eyes. "No. It's not. But the rest of it, I'm not ready to share yet. Not because I don't trust you. Because the knowledge itself is dangerous, and I need to figure out the right way to explain it." Ron frowned. "Mate, we fought a troll together. What could be more dangerous than that? You'd be surprised." Ron opened his mouth to press the issue, but Hermione shook her head, a tiny movement, barely perceptible. Ron caught it and subsided, though his expression made it clear he wasn't happy about it. Harry appreciated them both in that moment, Ron's loyalty, which demanded honesty, and Hermione's intelligence, which understood that some truths needed context. He'd tell them. He would. But not yet. Not until he understood the full picture himself. The full picture was coming into focus, piece by piece. He spent every available evening in Slytherin's study, reading faster now, his fluency with written Parseltongue improving daily. He'd moved past the theoretical texts on bonding magic and into Slytherin's personal journals, the later ones, the darker ones, where the founder's handwriting grew more cramped and agitated as the entries progressed. Year of the Founders, 993. Godric will not listen. He insists that all magical children deserve education, regardless of blood. I do not dispute this in principle, my quarrel is not with ability but with safety. The Muggle-born students bring attention. Their families ask questions. The burnings have already begun in the south. If the Muggles discover us, it will not be the children they come for first. It will be the school. Year of the Founders, 994. Helga tried to mediate. She thinks love can bridge any gap. She is wrong. Love is not a strategy. Love is what you protect with strategy. I have begun construction on the chamber. Asterion will guard what I cannot. Year of the Founders, 996. I leave tomorrow. The rift is complete. Godric drew his sword on me last night, not in anger, I think, but in grief. We were brothers once. Now we are cautionary tales. I have sealed the chamber. The enchantments will hold until a speaker comes, my heir, or someone worthy. I pray they are the same person. I fear they will not be. Harry closed the journal and sat in the quiet of the study, thinking. Slytherin hadn't been a monster. He'd been a frightened man who'd made fear his compass and let it lead him somewhere terrible. The Muggle-borns he'd wanted to exclude weren't threats, they were children. But the threat he'd perceived, the danger of discovery, the burnings, the persecution, that had been real. 1,000 years later, the wizarding world still hid. Slytherin's fear had been justified. His response to it hadn't. You are thinking loudly, Nick said from outside the study door. She'd recovered enough to enter the chamber again, though she moved more carefully now, staying close to the walls, avoiding the spots where the binding enchantments had been strongest. I'm thinking about fear. About how it turns good intentions into bad actions. An important thought. But perhaps not the most urgent one tonight. What's more urgent? The turban man entered the Forbidden Forest 2 hours ago. He has not returned. Harry was on his feet immediately. What's he doing in the forest? I cannot tell from here. My range has limits, especially while I am still recovering. But I felt him cross the boundary, his magic, and the thing he carries. They went into the deep forest. Where the dark things live. Harry left the chamber at speed, sealed the entrance, and made it back to Gryffindor Tower by 2 in the morning. He didn't sleep. He lay in the dark with his eyes open, feeling the faint throb of his scar, and waited for dawn. The answer came 3 days later, in the most unexpected way. Draco Malfoy cornered him. Not in a corridor with bodyguards this time, in the library, of all places, mid-afternoon, when the room was busy enough to provide cover but not so busy that they couldn't talk. Harry was alone at a table near the restricted section, a stack of books in front of him. A chair scraped back and Malfoy sat down across from him. Potter. Harry looked up. Malfoy looked different than he had at the start of the year. The swagger was still there, you couldn't breed that out of a Malfoy with anything less than dynamite, but underneath it, something had shifted. His face was thinner. His eyes were tired. He looked like a boy carrying a weight he hadn't expected to be heavy. Malfoy. I need to talk to you. You're talking to me. Malfoy glanced around the library. His jaw worked, the way it did when he was wrestling with something he didn't want to say. My father writes to me. Every week. He asks about you. Harry set down his quill. What does he want to know? Everything. Who your friends are. What classes you're good at. Whether you've shown any unusual abilities. Malfoy's voice dropped. He's particularly interested in your connection to Slytherin House. Whether the Sorting Hat considered it. Why would your father care about that? Because my father served the Dark Lord, Potter. Everyone knows it. He claimed the Imperius Curse, he bought his way out of Azkaban, but everyone knows. Malfoy's face was a mask, but his hands, flat on the table, pressing hard, as if he could push through the wood, betrayed him. He wants to know if you're a threat. Or an asset. He hasn't decided which. Harry studied the boy across from him. This was not the Draco Malfoy of September, the preening, posturing child who tried to intimidate him in a dark corridor. This was someone who'd spent 6 months watching, thinking, reassessing. Someone whose worldview had been cracked, just slightly, by the discovery that the famous Harry Potter didn't fit the categories he'd been given. "Why are you telling me this?" Harry asked. Malfoy hesitated. It was a real hesitation, not dramatic, not calculated, but the genuine pause of a person on the edge of something they couldn't take back. "Because my father also writes about Quirrell," Malfoy said. "Not by name. But he mentions a friend at the school who is pursuing an important objective. He tells me to stay out of the way if anything happens near the end of term. He tells me not to ask questions." The library was quiet around them. A clock ticked on the wall. Madame Pants rustled pages at her desk. "You're warning me," Harry said. "I'm telling you what I know." "That's not the same thing." "It's exactly the same thing, and you know it." Malfoy's mask cracked. Just for a moment, Harry saw what was underneath, not malice, not arrogance, but the desperate confusion of a child who'd been told his whole life that the world was one way and was discovering, with increasing alarm, that it wasn't. "My father is not a good man," Malfoy said. The words came out like they'd been torn from him with pliers. "I know that. I've always known that. But he's my father. And he's scared, Potter. He's scared of something, and when my father is scared, people get hurt." Harry leaned forward. "Malfoy. Look at me." Draco looked at him. "Thank you," Harry said. "I mean it." This took courage. Malfoy stood up so fast his chair screeched on the floor. His face was closed again, mask reassembled, defenses up. "Don't read too much into it, Potter. I'm protecting my own interests. If the Dark Lord comes back, I'd rather not be on the wrong side of the person who stopped him last time." He walked away. Harry watched him go and felt something complicated, not friendship, not yet, but a strange, grudging respect for a boy who was trying, in his limited and imperfect way, to be better than what he'd been raised to be. "The Malfoy child has more spine than I expected," Nick said that evening. "He's terrified. Courage and terror are not mutually exclusive. In fact, they rarely exist apart." April bled into May. Exams approached. Hermione's study schedules became increasingly elaborate, color-coded, cross-referenced, tacked to the common room notice board with military precision. Ron looked at them the way a man looks at his own execution warrant. Harry studied, but his mind was elsewhere. Quirrell stopped coming to meals. His classes were cancelled for a week. "Personal illness," McGonagall announced, her expression suggesting she found this explanation as convincing as Harry did. When he reappeared, he was barely recognizable. His skin had taken on a grayish tint. His turban seemed to pulse, faintly, if you looked at it long enough. And his eyes, when they met Harry's across the defense classroom, held something that wasn't Quirrell at all. Something red and hungry and ancient. "He is almost consumed," Nick said. "The wraith is burning through the host body. I give it weeks. Perhaps less. Can you feel the shard reacting? Constantly. It stirs when you are near the turban man. It recognizes its other half. I have been shielding it, keeping it quiet, but the effort costs me. I cannot do it forever." Harry rubbed his scar. It had been aching for days, a dull, persistent throb that spiked whenever he was within 50 feet of Quirrell. He'd taken to carrying headache potion in his bag, dosing himself before defense class, but it barely took the edge off. "Harry, are you all right?" Hermione asked one afternoon. They were in the common room, theoretically studying for exams. Ron was asleep with his face in his History of Magic textbook. Harry was staring into the fire, his hand pressed to his forehead. "Fine." "You're not fine. You've been rubbing your scar all week. Does it hurt?" "Sometimes." "Since when?" Harry looked at her. Hermione's brown eyes were sharp with concern, and behind the concern, that relentless analytical engine was running, cataloging symptoms, cross-referencing with every book she'd ever read, building theories. "Since Quirrell started getting worse," Harry said. Hermione's breath caught. She looked at him for a long moment, and he saw the pieces clicking together behind her eyes, the scar, the pain, Quirrell's deterioration, Harry's theory about the turban. "You think your scar is connected to whatever is in Quirrell. I think my scar is connected to Voldemort. And I think Voldemort is in Quirrell." He said it quietly, but the words landed like boulders. Ron snorted awake, as if some part of his sleeping brain had registered the name. What about Voldemort?" "Harry thinks Quirrell is carrying you-know-who," Hermione said. "And I think he might be right." They talked it through. Harry gave them the evidence, the voice behind the classroom door, the correlation between Quirrell's decline and Harry's scar pain, Malfoy's warning about his father's friend at the school. He left out Nyx. He left out the chamber. He gave them everything else. "So what do we do?" Ron asked. His face was pale but set. The Weasley stubbornness, the thing that made Ron charge trolls and play chess like a general, was hardening behind his eyes. "We watch. We wait. And when Dumbledore leaves the castle, because Voldemort will find a way to lure him away, we go after Quirrell." "Go after him?" Ron said. "Go after you-know-who. He's not at full strength. He's a parasite in a dying body. If he gets the stone, he comes back for real, with a body, with power, with an army. This is the best chance we'll ever have to stop him." "You sound like you've been planning this," Hermione said. "I have." She stared at him. Something flickered across her face, not suspicion, exactly, but the awareness that Harry Potter was more than he appeared, that there were layers to him she hadn't peeled back yet. She filed it away. Hermione always filed things away. "Then we plan it properly," she said. "We need to know what the protections are." "Fluffy, that's the three-headed dog," someone told Hagrid its name, which means Hagrid knows how to get past it. "The other protections will be keyed to different teachers. We need to figure out each one." "Hagrid," Harry said. "We start with Hagrid." They visited Hagrid the next afternoon. The gamekeeper was in his hut, which was stifling, the fire was roaring despite the spring warmth, and every window was shut. Harry noticed this immediately and said nothing. Ron noticed and said, "Blimey, Hagrid, are you trying to hatch something?" Hagrid went red. "Mind your own, well," he shuffled aside, and there on the table, sitting in the heart of the fire, was a large black egg. "Hagrid," Hermione said, in the voice of someone counting to 10. "Is that a dragon egg?" "Won it off a stranger in the pub," Hagrid said, beaming with parental pride. "Hooded fella. Played cards. Nice chap, actually, very interested in the creatures I look after here at Hogwarts." Harry went cold. "What did you tell him?" "Well, he asked about Fluffy, as it happens. I told him Fluffy's a sweetheart, really, you just have to know how to calm him down. Play him a bit music and he goes right to sleep." Hagrid stopped. His face fell. "I shouldn't have told ya that." "Hagrid. Did the hooded man ask you anything else? About the protections, the trapdoor, the teachers?" Well, he might have asked in passing, like, and I might have mentioned a few things, but, he was buying drinks, Harry, and he seemed so interested. Harry stood up. Hagrid, you told a stranger how to get past Fluffy. That stranger wasn't playing cards for fun. He was mining you for information. Hagrid's face crumpled. Yeah, don't think, I wouldn't. Dumbledore trusts me, I know he does. And I trust you. But the damage is done. Harry looked at Ron and Hermione. Voldemort knows how to get past the first obstacle. He might know about the others too. They left the hut at a near run. The plan crystallized as they walked back to the castle, or rather, the plan's urgency crystallized. They didn't have weeks. They might not even have days. We need to tell Dumbledore, Hermione said. Agreed. Now. They found McGonagall first, in her office. Harry knocked, entered, and said, without preamble, Professor, we need to speak to Professor Dumbledore. It's about the Philosopher's Stone. McGonagall's teacup froze halfway to her mouth. How do you know about? She set the cup down with a sharp click. The stone is perfectly well protected. I don't know how you three found out about it, but I assure you, someone's going to try to steal it. We think Professor Quirrell, that is enough. McGonagall's voice was ice. Professor Quirrell is a member of this school's staff. I will not have students making wild accusations. The stone is safe. Professor Dumbledore has seen to it personally. Then let us talk to Dumbledore, Harry said. Professor Dumbledore left this morning. He received an urgent owl from the ministry and departed for London. He will return tomorrow. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. He looked at Ron and Hermione and saw his own understanding reflected in their faces. Dumbledore was gone. Lured away. Tonight. Thank you, Professor, Harry said, and turned to leave. Potter. McGonagall's voice stopped him at the door. Her expression had shifted, still stern, but beneath it, a thread of concern. Whatever you're thinking, don't. This is a matter for the staff. Yes, Professor. He closed the door behind them. The three of them stood in the corridor, and the silence was heavy with what they all knew and none of them wanted to say. Ron said it. We're going tonight, aren't we? Yes, Harry said. I was afraid of that. Hermione squared her shoulders. What do we need? The invisibility cloak. Your brain. Ron's nerve. And a plan for whatever's between us and the stone. We don't know what the protections are. We know some. Fluffy, music puts him to sleep. Sprout will have contributed something plant-based. Flitwick will have done something with charms. McGonagall, transfiguration. Snape, potions. Quirrell had his own protection too, though I doubt he made it hard for himself to get past. And Dumbledore, whatever Dumbledore added will be the last and the hardest. That's a lot of unknowns, Hermione said. That's why I need both of you. Ron straightened. It was subtle, a shift in his posture, a squaring of his shoulders, but Harry saw it and recognized it for what it was. Ron Weasley, overshadowed by 5 brothers, perpetually second best, stepping into a moment that required him to be first-rate. Right, Ron said. Let's do this. They waited until midnight. The common room emptied slowly, students drifting up to bed in ones and twos, the fire dying, the clock on the mantelpiece ticking toward the witching hour. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat in the corner, pretending to study, until the last straggler disappeared up the stairs. Harry pulled the invisibility cloak from his bag. It won't cover all 3 of us properly, he said. We'll have to crouch. Story of my life, Ron muttered. They squeezed under the cloak and slipped through the portrait hole. The fat lady snored in her frame. The corridors beyond were dark and silent, and they moved through them in a huddle, 6 feet shuffling on stone, breathing as quietly as 3 terrified 11-year-olds could manage. They almost made it to the 3rd floor undetected. Almost. Students out of bed. Peeves materialized from a wall directly in front of them, his wicked little face split in a grin. Students out of bed. Naughty, naughty, you'll get caughty. Harry pulled the cloak tighter. They were invisible, but Peeves could feel their presence. The poltergeist's eyes darted around, searching, his grin widening. Nix, Harry said silently. Can you do something about a poltergeist on the 3rd floor? I can rattle the pipes in the dungeons. It may draw him away. A moment later, a tremendous clanging erupted from somewhere far below, metal on metal, echoing through the castle like a bell tower gone mad. Peeves' eyes went wide with delight. Oh! What's that? What's happening? Peevesy must investigate. He shot through the floor and vanished. They kept moving. The door to the 3rd floor corridor was locked. Hermione drew her wand, Alohomora. The lock clicked. They pushed through. Fluffy was awake. All 3 heads swiveled toward the door, 6 eyes gleaming, 3 noses snuffling. A growl built in 3 throats, low, deep, the kind of sound you felt in your ribcage. The harp, Hermione whispered. There was a golden harp standing in the corner of the room, enchanted to play by itself. Harry pointed his wand at it and thought, very precisely, about the levitation charm, not on the harp, but on the strings. The strings vibrated. A chord hung in the air, soft and resonant. Fluffy's 6 eyes blinked. Another chord, and the growl faded. The 3 heads swayed. The massive body settled. Within 30 seconds, the dog was asleep, its enormous flanks rising and falling, drool pooling on the floor. Quick, Harry said. The trapdoor was beneath one of Fluffy's paws. Ron and Harry hauled the paw aside, it was like moving a sack of concrete, and pulled the trapdoor open. Darkness below. No stairs, no ladder, just a black void. I'll go first, Harry said, and jumped. He fell for what felt like an eternity but was probably 3 seconds, and landed on something soft. It was springy, damp, and alive, tendrils of a thick plant that cushioned his fall and then immediately began to wrap around his legs. It's safe, he called up. There's a plant, but it's... Ron landed beside him with a yelp. Then Hermione. The plant surged around all 3 of them, tendrils coiling like snakes, and Harry would know, binding their arms, their chests, pulling them down. Devil's snare. Hermione gasped. Stop struggling, it'll kill you faster if you fight it. It likes the dark and the damp, we need light. Fire. Then do it. Ron shouted, his voice muffled by a tendril wrapping around his face. Right, Lumos Solum. A jet of brilliant white light erupted from Hermione's wand. The devil's snare recoiled, its tendrils whipping back into the shadows, and the 3 of them tumbled through and hit a stone floor. Ron lay on his back, gasping. Lucky Hermione pays attention in herbology. Lucky you didn't get us strangled before she could cast, Harry said, pulling him to his feet. They moved on. A passageway led them deeper, and the sound of wings, tiny, metallic wings, grew louder until they emerged into a high-ceilinged chamber filled with birds. Except they weren't birds. They were keys, hundreds of enchanted keys, fluttering and swooping overhead like a glittering flock. On the far wall, a heavy wooden door with an old-fashioned lock. Broomsticks leaning against the wall. We need to catch the right key, Harry said. He scanned the flock, his seeker's eyes picking out shapes, sizes, colors. There, the big silver one with the broken wing. See it? It's already been caught and used, the wing is damaged. He grabbed a broomstick and kicked off. The keys scattered, and the chase began, darting, diving, the broken-winged key surprisingly fast despite its injury. Harry pushed the broomstick hard, cornered the key against the ceiling, and snatched it from the air. He landed, jammed the key into the lock, and the door swung open. The next chamber was dark. They stepped inside, and torches flared to life, illuminating a stone floor marked with a grid of black and white squares. Across the far side, a door. And on the squares, chess pieces. Enormous, stone chess pieces, their blank faces turned toward the three children. "It's a chess game," Ron breathed. His eyes were moving across the board, already calculating. "A giant wizard's chess game. We have to play our way across. Can we go around?" Hermione asked. "No. The pieces will attack if we try to cross without playing. McGonagall's work, this is transfigured stone, animated and enchanted. Proper chess rules. We have to beat them." Ron stepped forward. His posture changed, the uncertainty, the awkwardness, all of it falling away. This was his arena. Harry had seen it in the common room, the way Ron's mind worked when the chess board was in front of him, sharp, clear, several moves ahead of everyone else. "Harry, take the bishop's square. Hermione, you're the castle on the left. I'm a knight." "Ron," Hermione started. "Trust me." They took their positions. The game began. The white pieces moved first, a pawn, 2 squares forward. Ron countered. The pieces responded. Stone scraped on stone, the sounds echoing through the chamber like the grinding of a mill. It was brutal. The white pieces played aggressively, sacrificing pawns to create openings, pressing on all fronts. Ron matched them move for move, his voice calm, his orders precise. Harry and Hermione moved where he told them, and the game unfolded around them like a war in miniature. Hermione, advanced to c5. "Harry, hold your position." "Ron, their queen, I see her." "Harry, when I make my next move, the path to the king will be open. You need to checkmate." "What's your next move?" Ron didn't answer immediately. He was looking at the board, and something terrible was settling over his face, the look of a general who's found a winning strategy and discovered it costs something he doesn't want to pay. "Ron," Harry said. "What are you going to do?" "The knight," Ron said quietly. "I have to sacrifice the knight. It's the only way." "You're the knight." "Yes." "Ron, no, Harry." Ron's voice was steady. Absolutely steady. "After I move, their queen will take me. That clears the diagonal. You go to e8. Checkmate." Hermione's hand flew to her mouth. "There has to be another way, there isn't. I've looked. This is chess, Hermione. Sometimes you have to make sacrifices." Ron looked at Harry, and his eyes were bright and scared and certain. "You need to stop him. Whatever's down there, you need to stop it. Promise me." Harry's throat was tight. "I promise." Ron moved. The White Queen turned. She strode across the board with terrible purpose, stone scraping on stone, and struck. Ron went down. He hit the floor hard, and he didn't move. Hermione screamed. Harry grabbed her arm. "He's alive. He's alive, I can see him breathing. We can't stop." Ron did this so we could finish it. Hermione was shaking, tears on her face, but she nodded. Harry stepped to e8. "Checkmate," he said. The White King dropped his crown. The pieces moved aside. The door opened. They stumbled through. Hermione was still shaking, and Harry gripped her hand as they entered the next chamber, a long room with a table in the center, and on the table, 7 bottles of different shapes and sizes, and a scroll of parchment. Behind them, purple flames sprang up, blocking the way back. Ahead, black flames guarded the exit. Hermione picked up the scroll and read aloud. "A logic puzzle. Not magic, pure logic, the kind of deduction that would stop a wizard cold but that a sharp mind could solve. This is Snape's protection," she said, her eyes running over the clues. "Brilliant, actually. Most wizards don't have an ounce of logic. They'd be trapped here forever. Can you solve it? Give me a minute. She took 2 minutes. Her finger moved from bottle to bottle, her lips moving silently, cross-referencing the clues. Then she picked up the smallest bottle, barely a mouthful of black liquid, and held it out. This one. This gets you through the black flames. But Harry, there's only enough for one. He took the bottle. Their eyes met, and something passed between them, everything they'd been through, every argument and every saved life, compressed into a single look. Go back, Harry said. Get Ron. Get to the Ollery and send a message to Dumbledore. Tell him everything. Harry, you can't go in there alone, I won't be alone. She stared at him. He saw the question form on her lips, what do you mean? And he saw her swallow it. She grabbed him in a hug, fierce and sudden, and whispered, you're a great wizard, Harry. I'm not as good as you. Books and cleverness. There are more important things. Friendship and bravery and, she pulled back. Be careful. I will. She took the other bottle, the one that led back through the purple flames, and drank. She looked at him one last time, then turned and walked through the fire and was gone. Harry stood alone. The black flames crackled. The small bottle was in his hand, Snape's potion, ice cold, tasting of something sharp and strange. He drank it. Cold flooded through him, and he walked through the flames without feeling them. The final chamber was already occupied. Nix, Harry said, not even silently anymore but in full Parseltongue, the hiss filling the dark corridor as he descended the last steps. Are you there? I have been paralleling you through the pipes since you left Gryffindor Tower. There is a water main that runs behind the final chamber's east wall. I can break through it. Not yet. Wait for my signal. Harry. The broken soul is in there. I can feel him. He is stronger than the shard in your scar, much stronger. Whatever body he is wearing, he has fed it something dark tonight. He is ready for a fight. So am I. He stepped into the final chamber. It was circular, built of dark stone, and in its center stood the mirror of Erist. The golden frame gleamed in the torchlight. The inscription, I show not your face but your heart's desire, caught the light and seemed to writhe. And in front of the mirror, his back to Harry, stood Quirrell. The turban was gone. His head was bare, and Harry could see the back of his skull, but there was something wrong with it. Something that made his stomach lurch and his scar ignite with pain so sharp he nearly cried out. I wondered when you'd arrive, Quirrell said. His voice was different, no stammer, no tremor. Clear, cold, confident. This was not the stuttering wreck from defense class. This was the man underneath, the man who'd invited Voldemort in. He turned around. His face was Quirrell's. Tired, thin, the eyes bloodshot. But the expression was borrowed. It was calm and predatory and amused, and it didn't belong on Quirinus Quirrell's face. It was someone else's expression, worn like a mask. Harry Potter, Quirrell said. The boy who lived. Come to die. Harry stood at the threshold of the chamber, his wand in his hand, his scar screaming. He breathed through the pain. In. Out. In. Out. I'm not here to die, Harry said. I'm here to stop you from getting the stone. Quirrell smiled. It was wrong, too wide, too cold. The stone is proving, elusive. Dumbledore's final protection is the mirror. I see myself presenting the stone to my master, but the mirror will not give it to me. A frustrating enchantment. He turned back to the mirror, studying it. The old fool's cleverest trick. The mirror gives the stone only to someone who wants to find it but not use it. I want to use it. My master wants to use it. And so the stone stays locked away. The mirror, Nick said. It works on desire. You want to find the stone but not use it. Think about that. Harry understood. Dumbledore's protection wasn't about power or skill. It was about intent. The stone would only come to someone who wanted to possess it without exploiting it. Someone who would protect it rather than use it. "Let me speak to the boy," said a voice. It didn't come from Quirrell's mouth. It came from behind his head, from the back of his skull, from the thing that lived where the turban had been. It was high and thin and cold, and it made Harry's scar feel like someone had pressed a branding iron to his forehead. "Master, you are not strong enough, I am strong enough for this." Quirrell turned around again. Then he reached up and began to unwrap the cloth at the back of his head. Harry watched. The face that emerged from the back of Quirrell's skull was the most terrible thing Harry had ever seen. White as chalk, with red eyes, slitted, inhuman, and nostrils like a snake's, flat against the skin. It was pressed against Quirrell's head like a parasite, sharing his body, feeding on his life. "Harry Potter," said Lord Voldemort. "We meet again." The scar exploded. Harry staggered, one hand flying to his forehead, but he didn't fall. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to look at the face, the ruined, barely human face that had killed his parents. "You killed my mother and father," Harry said. "I did. They died bravely, if that matters to you. Your father first, he tried to fight, foolish man. Your mother last, she begged for your life. I would have let her live if she'd stepped aside. She chose not to. A noble choice. A stupid one. It wasn't stupid. It saved my life." Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. "Indeed. An ancient magic I did not anticipate. Love. Such a simple thing, and yet it burned me." His gaze sharpened. "But there is something else about you, Harry Potter. Something I did not expect. Something that sings to me through the mark I left on you." Harry's blood went cold. "I feel it," Voldemort whispered. "A bond. Old and deep and impossibly strong. You are connected to something powerful, something serpentine. And it is very, very close." "He knows," Harry said to Nyx. "He can feel you." "I know. I can feel him too. The hunger, it is overwhelming. He thinks I am his. He thinks the bond between us is something he can take. Can he?" "No. Quirrell," Voldemort said. "Seize the boy. Use him. If the mirror responds to desire, perhaps the boy's desire will be different from ours." Quirrell moved fast, faster than Harry expected. He grabbed Harry by the arm and shoved him in front of the mirror. Harry looked into the glass. He saw himself, the real himself, not the fantasy version. Thin, scarred, 11 years old. Standing in a chamber underground with a Dark Lord and a dying man. And in the mirror, his reflection reached into its pocket and pulled out a blood-red stone. The reflection winked. Then it put the stone back in its pocket. Harry felt the weight in his real pocket. Heavy, warm, impossible. The stone was there. The mirror had given it to him because he wanted to find it and protect it and keep it away from Voldemort, not because he wanted to use it. "What do you see?" Quirrell demanded. "What does the mirror show you?" Harry looked at Voldemort's face in the mirror, the red eyes, hungry and desperate, and said, "I see myself winning the House Cup. Very exciting." "He lies," Voldemort hissed. "He lies. Let me speak to him, face to face." "Master, do it." Quirrell turned, and Voldemort's face was inches from Harry's. The scar pain was unimaginable, a white-hot lance driven through his skull. But Harry held. "I know what you are hiding, boy," Voldemort said. "I can feel her. The serpent. The king of serpents. She is mine by right, I am the heir of Slytherin, the last of his blood. The basilisk serves me." Harry smiled. It was a small smile, tight and fierce, and it made Voldemort's red eyes narrow. "You're wrong," Harry said. And then he called her. Not with words. Not with Parseltongue. With the bond, the bright, burning thread that ran from his heart through stone and earth and pipe and water, all the way down to where Nyx waited, coiled and ready, 60 feet of ancient power held in check by nothing but love and choice. The east wall of the chamber exploded. Water and stone blasted inward, and through the breach came Nyx, massive, magnificent, terrible. Her body flooded the chamber like a dark tide, coil after coil of black-green scales, and her head rose to the ceiling, crest flared, jaws open, and from her throat came a sound that shook the foundations of the castle, a roar, a hiss, a declaration of war. Her eyes were sealed shut. The inner lids clamped down, the killing gaze locked away. But even without it, she was terrifying. 60 feet of Basilisk, the most lethal creature in the magical world, filling the chamber with her presence. Voldemort stared. For the first time since Godric's Hollow, Harry saw fear in those red eyes. Not the calculated caution of a Dark Lord assessing a threat, real fear, raw and primal, the fear of a man who had built his identity on being Slytherin's heir and was watching that identity crumble. You, Voldemort hissed, in Parseltongue. You are mine. I am the heir. I command you, kneel. Nyx turned her sealed eyes toward the face on the back of Quirrell's head. When she spoke, her voice filled the chamber, not just sound but vibration, felt in the bones, in the stone, in the marrow of the earth. You are fragments, she said. Broken pieces of a broken soul, held together by fear and hunger. You are not an heir. You are a ruin. I am Lord Voldemort. I am the last descendant of Salazar Slytherin. You will obey, I will not. Nyx's voice was absolute, not angry, not defiant, but final, the way gravity is final, the way death is final. I chose my master on the day I hatched. He held me when I was small. He spoke to me when no one else would. He loved me before he knew what I was. That is a bond no blood right can break, no command can override, no fragment of a shattered soul can claim. She lowered her head until it was level with Voldemort's face, close enough to taste his borrowed breath. I am Nyx. I am the King of Serpents. And I chose Harry Potter. Not you. Never you. Voldemort screamed. It was a sound beyond rage, beyond pain, the sound of an identity shattering, of a foundation giving way. He screamed, and Quirrell screamed with him, and the chamber shook with the force of their combined fury. Kill the boy. Voldemort shrieked. Kill him. Take the stone. Quirrell lunged. His hands closed around Harry's throat and, pain. Blinding, incandescent pain, but not Harry's. Quirrell screamed and wrenched his hands away. His fingers were blistering, the skin cracking and peeling, smoke rising from his palms. Where he'd touched Harry's skin, he burned. The protection. Lily's protection. The ancient magic of a mother's sacrifice, written into Harry's blood and skin, love made physical, made lethal, a shield that burned the unworthy. What is this? Quirrell shrieked, staring at his ruined hands. Harry didn't hesitate. He grabbed Quirrell's face with both hands. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic. Quirrell's skin blistered, cracked, turned to ash. He howled, thrashing, and Harry held on with the desperate strength of a boy who'd been holding on his whole life, who'd learned at 6 years old that the only way to survive was to not let go. Quirrell crumbled. His body collapsed inward, disintegrating, and from the ruin of him rose something dark, a shadow, a wraith, a screaming cloud of malice that had once been Tom Riddle. It swirled overhead, Voldemort's face forming and dissolving in the smoke, and it turned toward Harry. Nyx struck. She couldn't kill a wraith, he had no body to destroy, no eyes to meet. But she could channel the bond, pour her magic into Harry, strengthen the protection that was already burning Voldemort's essence. Green light erupted from her scales and flowed through Harry like a river, amplifying Lily's magic, turning the chamber into a furnace of protective power. The wraith screamed. It recoiled, twisted, and fled, up through the ceiling, through stone and earth, out of the castle and into the night. The scream faded. The dark cloud vanished. The chamber went still. Harry stood in the wreckage. His hands were shaking. Quirrell's body lay at his feet, no, not a body. Ash. Grey ash that crumbled when the air moved. His knees buckled. Nyx caught him. Her massive head cradled him as he fell, lowering him to the ground with a gentleness that seemed impossible for a creature her size. He lay against her scales, breathing hard, his scar still burning, the philosopher's stone a hard lump in his pocket. "It's over," he said. "For now. He'll come back." "Yes. But not today. Not tomorrow. We have time." Harry closed his eyes. The pain in his scar was fading, the adrenaline draining out of him like water from a cracked cup. He was so tired. More tired than he'd ever been in his life. "Nyx." "Yes. Thank you. You already thanked me once. I told you not to. I'm thanking you again. Deal with it." A low vibration, her version of a laugh. "Go to sleep, little speaker. I will keep watch. What about the teachers? They'll come. They'll see you. I will be gone before they arrive. I know every pipe, every passage, every crack in this castle. No one will see me. Promise? I promise. Now sleep." Harry slept. And in the dark of the final chamber, surrounded by rubble and water and ash, with a dead man's stone in his pocket and a living serpent curled around him, Harry Potter dreamed. Not of his parents. Not of the mirror of Erist. He dreamed of Nyx, small, wet, newborn, lying in his lap in a dark garden, saying "You are mine and I am mine and this is how it is. This is how it would always be." Footsteps echoed in the passage above. Voices. The teachers were coming. Nyx uncoiled, pressed her snout against Harry's forehead one last time, and vanished into the breach she'd made in the wall. Water rushed in behind her, filling the gap, and by the time the first wandlight appeared at the chamber's entrance, there was no sign of her. Just a boy, unconscious, alive, with a stone in his pocket and a scar on his forehead that had finally, for the first time in months, stopped hurting. Chapter 5, The Broken Soul. The first thing Harry became aware of was white. Not the white of snow or clouds but the flat, institutional white of a ceiling that had been enchanted to emit a soft, steady glow, the kind of light designed to be soothing and that instead made you feel like you were inside an egg. The second thing he became aware of was pain. Not the searing, blinding pain of the scar during the confrontation, this was different. Deeper. A dull, pervasive ache that seemed to radiate from the center of his skull outward, as though something inside his head had been wrenched loose and was settling into a new position. He tried to lift his hand to his forehead and discovered that his arm weighed approximately the same as a horse. "He's waking up. Get Madame Pomfrey." "I'm already here, Mr. Weasley." "Move aside." A face swam into focus, a woman, brisk and middle-aged, with a cap of white and an expression that suggested she had very strong opinions about children who fought Dark Lords on school property. She pressed a cool hand to his forehead and frowned. "Fever's down. That's something. Mr. Potter, can you hear me?" "Yes," Harry croaked. His voice sounded like it had been dragged across gravel. "You've been unconscious for 3 days. You have magical exhaustion, first-degree burns on both palms, a cracked rib I suspect you didn't notice, and some manner of cursed scar inflammation that I have never seen before and hope to never see again. You are going to lie in that bed and not move until I say otherwise. Is that clear?" "Crystal. Good." She shoved a potion into his hand, thick, purple, tasting of burnt sugar. "Drink. All of it." He drank. The pain receded to a manageable throb. The world sharpened. He was in the hospital wing, a long room lined with beds, most of them empty. Sunlight poured through high windows, and motes of dust drifted in the light like tiny golden planets. On the bedside table, a truly absurd pile of sweets, cards, and packages. "From your admirers," Madame Pomfrey said, noticing his look. "The entire school knows what happened, or some version of it. You've received gifts from students, parents, and, I believe, the Minister for Magic himself, though that one might have been a joke from the Weasley twins." Ron was there. He was sitting in the chair beside Harry's bed with a bandage around his head and a look of profound relief on his face. His color was good, pale, but present, which was considerably better than the last time Harry had seen him, crumpled on a stone chessboard. "You're alive," Ron said. "You absolute nutter. You're alive. So are you." The chess, concussion. Madame Pomfrey fixed it in about 10 minutes. "I've been sitting here for 3 days waiting for you to wake up, and Hermione's been driving me mental." "I have not been driving you mental, I've been ensuring you don't accidentally kill him by feeding him too many chocolate frogs." Hermione appeared on Harry's other side, her hair wilder than usual, dark circles under her eyes. She looked like she hadn't slept properly in days. Her hands were clasped in front of her, knuckles white, and her eyes were bright, too bright, the particular brightness of someone who has been terrified and is only now allowing themselves to feel it. "You were unconscious for 3 days, Harry. 3 days. Your scar it was glowing, it was actually glowing, and Madame Pomfrey couldn't explain it, and Dumbledore came and sat with you for 6 hours and wouldn't tell us anything, and I have been reading every book in this school about cursed scars and dark magic residue and I still can't, Hermione." She stopped. Her lower lip trembled. She grabbed his hand and squeezed it so hard his cracked rib protested. "Don't ever do that again," she whispered. "I won't." "You're lying." "Probably. But it's a nice lie." She laughed, a watery, exhausted, genuine laugh, and didn't let go of his hand. Ron filled him in. The short version: Hermione had gotten Ron to the hospital wing, then sprinted to the Ollery and sent a message to Dumbledore. She'd also found McGonagall and told her everything, and I mean everything, Harry. I was somewhat hysterical and it all came out, and the teachers had mobilized. They'd found Harry unconscious in the final chamber, alone, surrounded by rubble and water and what remained of Quirrell. "They didn't find anyone else?" Harry asked carefully. "Just you." Quirrell was. Ron hesitated. "They said his body had disintegrated. Like something burned him from the inside out. Dumbledore told the school that Quirrell had been possessed by a dark force and that the situation was resolved. He didn't say Voldemort's name. He didn't mention the stone. What happened to the stone?" "Dumbledore has it. He took it off you while you were unconscious. He said, I think, he said it was going to be destroyed." Harry absorbed this. The Philosopher's Stone, the elixir of life, 600 years of immortality, gone. Nicholas Flamel and his wife, choosing death rather than risk Voldemort getting his hands on their creation. There was something noble in that, and something achingly sad. "Nix," he said silently, pressing the thought downward through the hospital wing floor. "Are you there?" Silence. A long, terrible silence that made his heart clench. Then, faintly, so faintly he almost missed it, "I am here. I am, resting. The battle took more from me than I expected. But I am here." Relief flooded through him so strongly his eyes burned. "Are you okay?" "I will be." Channeling the protective magic through the bond was intense. "I have never done anything like that before. My reserves are deeply depleted. I need time. Take all the time you need. I intend to." "Harry, the old man is coming. I can feel him approaching. Be careful what you tell him. I know. He cares for you. But he is also the kind of man who sees everything as a tool. Even love. Especially love." The hospital wing doors opened, and Albus Dumbledore walked in. He looked tired. It was the first time Harry had seen the headmaster look anything less than serenely composed. There were shadows under the blue eyes, and the lines around his mouth were deeper, and his silver beard was slightly less immaculate than usual. But his gaze was bright and warm as he crossed the room, and when he smiled at Harry, the smile reached his eyes. "Good afternoon, Harry." "Professor." Dumbledore settled into the chair Ron had vacated, Ron and Hermione having been gently but firmly shepherded out by Madame Pomfrey, who apparently drew the line at 3 visitors plus a headmaster. He folded his long fingers together and regarded Harry with an expression that was equal parts fondness and assessment. "I see you've received the contents of Honeydukes. And possibly Zonkos. There's something in that pile that keeps making rude noises. The Weasley twins. A sign of affection, I assure you." Dumbledore paused. "How are you feeling?" "Like I've been hit by a train. But alive." "Alive is good. I have always been in favor of alive." Dumbledore's tone was light, but his eyes were searching, probing, gently, the way a doctor probes a wound. "Harry, I owe you several explanations. You earned them 3 days ago, and you deserve them now. The stone. Destroyed. Nicholas and I had a long conversation, and we agreed that it was for the best. He has enough elixir stored to set his affairs in order. He and Perenelle will die, in time. But Nicholas has always said that death is merely the next great adventure. A sentiment I share." A pause. "You look as though you want to ask me something." "Several things." "Then ask." Harry organized his thoughts. He was tired, his head ached, and the scar was pulsing with a low, irregular rhythm that made concentration difficult. But there were things he needed to know, things he needed to hear Dumbledore say, or refuse to say, because both would be informative. "Why did Voldemort want to kill me? When I was a baby? It wasn't random, was it?" Dumbledore's expression changed. The warmth remained, but behind it, something closed, a door, gently shut. "No. It was not random. There was a reason Voldemort came to Godric's Hollow that night. But the full explanation is something I am not prepared to give you today. Not because you don't deserve it, you do. But because you are 11 years old, and some truths are best approached when one has the strength to carry them. You're going to make me wait. I am going to ask you to trust me. Which I recognize is a significant request, given that I placed you with the Dursleys and did not check on you as carefully as I should have." Dumbledore's voice was quiet, and for the first time, Harry heard something in it that sounded like shame. "I knew, Harry. Not the details, not the cupboard, but I knew it would not be a happy home. I told myself the protection was worth the cost. Your mother's sacrifice created a shield in your blood, and as long as you lived with her sister, that shield held. It kept you alive. It kept Voldemort's followers from finding you. It kept me in a cupboard for 10 years. Yes. And I am sorry. More sorry than I know how to express, and more sorry than you have any reason to believe." Dumbledore met his eyes, and the guilt there was real, not performed, not strategic, but genuine, heavy, the guilt of a man who had weighed a child's suffering against a nation's safety and chosen the nation. "I made a decision. I believed it was the right one. I am no longer certain." Harry looked at the old man for a long time. He thought about Nix's assessment, he cares for you, but he sees everything as a tool, and he thought about his own judgment, formed over months of observation and one midnight conversation in front of a magical mirror. "I believe you're sorry," Harry said. "And I believe you'd do it again if you thought you had to." Dumbledore didn't deny it. That, more than anything, made Harry trust him, not fully, not completely, but enough. "Professor. The thing that happened to Quirrell, when I touched him, he burned. My mother's protection. Yes. Lily's love, made manifest. Voldemort, who has never loved, cannot touch you without suffering. It is the most powerful protection I have ever witnessed. But it won't last forever. Dumbledore's silence was answer enough. And my scar, Harry said. It's not just a scar, is it? The old man went very still. His blue eyes sharpened, and Harry felt something shift in the air between them, a recalibration, a sudden awareness that this conversation was not going where Dumbledore had planned. What makes you say that? Dumbledore asked. It hurts when Voldemort is near. It reacted to Quirrell all year. And when Voldemort's wraith fled, I felt it, through the scar. Like a door slamming. Like something on the other side was trying to get in. Dumbledore was silent for a long time. The hospital wing was quiet around them, just the ticking of a clock, the distant sound of students in the corridor, the faint rustle of Madame Pomfrey doing something efficient behind a curtain. You are perceptive, Dumbledore said at last. More perceptive than I anticipated. The scar is a connection. Between you and Voldemort. Created on the night he tried to kill you. It is the reason you feel his presence, the reason you sense his emotions. It is a wound that has never fully healed because the weapon that made it was not a normal curse. What was it? The killing curse. Which should have killed you and didn't, because your mother stood between you and death itself. The curse rebounded, struck Voldemort, and destroyed his body. But the scar it left on you is not just a mark. It is a bridge. A bridge to what? Dumbledore looked at him. And Harry saw the old man make a decision, saw him weigh truth against protection, saw him choose a middle path. To Voldemort himself. The scar connects you to him in ways I do not fully understand. It is possible, I believe likely, that as Voldemort grows stronger, the connection will deepen. You may see things through his eyes. Feel what he feels. This is not a gift, Harry. It is a burden. And I am sorry for it. It was the truth. Harry could feel it. But it wasn't the whole truth, there were things Dumbledore was holding back, shapes in the fog that the old man could see and was choosing not to illuminate. The shard. The piece of Voldemort's soul that lived behind Harry's scar. Dumbledore knew about it, Harry was almost certain, but he wasn't going to say it. Not today. Not to an 11-year-old in a hospital bed. Thank you for telling me, Harry said. Even the parts you left out. Something flickered in Dumbledore's eyes, surprise, perhaps, or a kind of rueful admiration. You are very like your mother, Harry. She had the same talent for seeing through comfortable lies. And my father? Your father would have hexed me for being evasive and then forgiven me over a cup of tea. They were remarkable people. Dumbledore stood. Rest, Harry. The year is nearly over, and you have earned a respite. We will continue this conversation another time, perhaps next year, when you are older, and when I have summoned the courage to have it. He turned to leave, then stopped. One more thing. Your friends, Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger. They showed extraordinary bravery. I hope you understand how rare that is. I do. Good. Dumbledore smiled. They are lucky to have you. And you are lucky to have them. Remember that, in the days ahead. He left. The doors swung shut behind him. Harry lay back against his pillows and stared at the white ceiling. His scar throbbed, not with pain, exactly, but with a kind of awareness, a restless energy that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. The shard. Voldemort's soul fragment, lodged in his skull, connected to the wraith that had fled into the night. He didn't tell you everything, Nick said. No. But he told me more than he planned to. And the things he didn't say told me even more. What do you think he is hiding? I think the shard in my scar is a piece of Voldemort's soul. I think Dumbledore knows that. And I think the reason he put me with the Dursleys, the reason he watches me, the reason he's playing this long, careful game, is because he doesn't know how to get it out without killing me. Nyx was quiet for a long time. The bond between them hummed, a low, steady frequency, like a string being held at tension. If that is true, she said at last, then the old man sees you as two things at once. A child to protect and a problem to solve. And he does not know which will win. I know. Harry. I will not let anyone harm you. Not the broken soul, not the old man, not anyone. You understand that? I understand. Good. Now sleep. Your body needs rest, and your magic needs time to replenish. We will face the rest when you are strong. He slept. But this time, the sleep was not dreamless. He stood in a dark space, not a room, not a corridor, but a void, featureless and endless. The air was thick and warm, and the ground beneath his feet was not ground but something soft, something that pulsed with a rhythm he recognized as his own heartbeat. He was inside his own mind. He knew this the way you know things in dreams, instantly, without question. The void around him was the interior landscape of his consciousness, and it was not empty. Ahead of him, in the distance, something glowed, a faint, sickly green light, pulsing like a dying star. Harry walked toward it. The light grew. It resolved into a shape, a door. Not a real door, but the dream version of one, its edges blurred, its surface shifting. Behind the door, something moved. Something that breathed. Something that had been quiet for a very long time and was no longer quiet. The shard. Harry reached for the door. His hand stopped an inch from the surface. The wood, if it was wood, was hot, and from behind it came a whisper. Let me in. The voice was Voldemort's. Not the cold, commanding voice from the chamber, this was smaller, thinner, a fragment of a fragment, the last echo of a shattered soul. It was desperate and hungry and afraid. Let me in. I've been alone. So long alone. The dark, you don't know the dark, I know the dark, Harry said. I lived in a cupboard for 10 years. Don't talk to me about the dark. Silence. Then, you are strong. Stronger than he was, the host, the stuttering man. He crumbled. But you hold. Why do you hold? Because I have something to hold for. The serpent. I felt her. She should be mine. I am the air, you're a splinter. A piece of broken glass stuck in my head. You don't get to claim anything. The whispering stopped. Harry felt the presence behind the door shift, felt it recoil, contract, as though his words had physical weight. Then, quietly, he made me. The one you call Voldemort. He tore his soul and put me here, in you, in the wound. I did not choose this. I did not choose to be a fragment. I was whole, once. I was part of something. Now I am this, a voice behind a door, in a boy's mind, screaming into silence. Harry stood in the void of his own consciousness and felt something he did not expect to feel. Pity. Not sympathy. Not compassion. But a cold, clear recognition that the thing behind the door was suffering, in its way, that it was a casualty of Voldemort's madness, a piece of a man who had destroyed himself in his quest to live forever. The shard hadn't chosen to be lodged in Harry's scar. It had been torn free and discarded, a broken-off piece of a broken soul. I won't let you in, Harry said. I won't let you take anything from me, not my mind, not my magic, not Nick's. But I'm not going to pretend you don't exist. You're here. You're real. And someday, I'm going to figure out what to do about that. What if there is nothing to be done? What if I am here forever? Then we learn to live with it. I've learned to live with worse. The dream dissolved. Harry woke in the hospital wing with tears on his face and a scar that was, for the first time in days, completely silent. He told no one about the dream. Not Ron, not Hermione, not Dumbledore. He told Nyx. The shard spoke to you, she said. Her voice was stronger now, she was recovering, slowly, her reserves replenishing in the deep caverns beneath the castle. In a dream, inside your mind. It claimed sentience. It expressed suffering. Yes. Do you believe it? Harry thought about this carefully. I believe it's in pain. Whether that pain is genuine or a manipulation, I don't know. Voldemort was the greatest manipulator of his age. Even a fragment of him might be capable of playing on sympathy. A wise assessment. But also consider this, a fragment, by definition, is not the whole. The shard in your scar carries some of Voldemort's memories, some of his power, but it has been separated from him for 10 years. It has been shaped by its environment, by you, Harry. By your mind, your emotions, your experiences. It may not be what Voldemort intended it to be. You're saying the shard might have changed. I am saying that even a piece of broken glass, embedded in living wood, eventually becomes part of the tree. Harry turned this over in his mind for days. He was released from the hospital wing on a Thursday, wobbling slightly, his magic still depleted but his body functional. Madame Pomfrey gave him 3 potions to take daily and a stern lecture about the relationship between magical exhaustion and permanent damage. You are 11 years old, she said, as though this were an accusation. Your magical core is still developing. You pushed it to breaking point. If you do that again before you're at least 15, you risk permanent reduction in your magical capacity. Do you understand? Yes, Madame Pomfrey. Good. No spellcasting for a week. No flying for 2 weeks. No fighting Dark Lords for, let's say forever. I'll do my best. She gave him a look that said she knew exactly how much that promise was worth and released him. The castle received him like a returning hero. Students he'd never spoken to stopped him in corridors to shake his hand. The Gryffindors treated him with a reverence that made him deeply uncomfortable. Fred and George bowed every time he entered the common room, which was either mockery or respect, and with the twins could honestly be both. Even students from other houses, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, nodded at him in the hallways, a quiet acknowledgement that whatever had happened under the castle, Harry Potter had put himself between them and something terrible. The Slytherins were more complicated. Most of them ignored him, which was standard. A few glared with open hostility, the children of Death Eaters, Harry suspected, raised on stories of the Dark Lord's greatness and not pleased by this reminder of his defeat. But here and there, he caught something else, a look, a nod, a briefest flicker of something that might have been respect from students whose parents had lived through the First War and knew what it cost. Draco Malfoy fell into none of these categories. Draco Malfoy was avoiding him. Harry noticed this immediately. In the days after his release from the hospital wing, Malfoy was conspicuously absent from the spaces they usually shared, the Great Hall at mealtimes, the corridors between classes, the library. When they did cross paths, Malfoy's eyes slid away, his face closed, his body angled toward the nearest exit. Something had changed. The boy who'd come to Harry in the library with a warning, who'd shown a crack in his armor, had sealed it shut. Harry didn't push. He recognized the pattern, the retreat into safety after a moment of vulnerability, the terrified backpedal of someone who'd taken a risk and wasn't sure what it had cost them. He'd deal with Malfoy later. There were more pressing concerns. Exams came. They were, after fighting Voldemort, almost absurdly anticlimactic. Harry sat through Transfiguration, Charms, Potions, Herbology, and even History of Magic with the calm detachment of someone who had recently discovered that academic failure was not, in fact, the worst thing that could happen to him. He did well. Not spectacularly, his magical exhaustion dampened his practical work, but well enough. Hermione, of course, was brilliant. Ron was better than he expected and worse than Hermione demanded. I got an acceptable in Potions, Ron announced, waving his results. Snape must be devastated. Acceptable means you got the minimum passing grade, Hermione said. Exactly. Minimum effort, maximum devastation. That strategy. Harry laughed. He was laughing more easily now. In the days since the hospital wing, something had loosened in him. The constant tension of the year, the watching, the planning, the weight of Nyx's secret and Voldemort's presence, had broken like a fever, leaving him wrung out but lighter. He wasn't naive enough to think it was over. Voldemort was still out there. The shard was still in his scar. The Chamber of Secrets still waited beneath the school, full of Slytherin's knowledge, and someday Harry would have to decide what to do with all of it. But for now, for this brief, golden moment between the battle and whatever came next, he let himself breathe. "You are happy," Nyx observed one evening. Harry was sitting by the lake, watching the giant squid's tentacles trail lazy patterns on the surface. The sun was low, the sky orange and purple, and the castle behind him glowed in the fading light. "Is that weird?" "It is unusual. You have spent most of this year in a state of controlled anxiety. Happiness looks different on you. I approve. Thanks. I think. I have been exploring the deeper tunnels beneath the castle. There are passages that go for miles, under the lake, into the mountains, connecting to cave systems I have not yet fully mapped. I could range for days without surfacing. Are you telling me you want a vacation? I am telling you that next year, when the broken soul inevitably returns in some new form, I will know every inch of this territory. I will know every escape route, every ambush point, every chokehold. If something comes for you in this castle, it will have to go through a maze that I have spent a year making mine. You're planning for a war. I am planning for survival. There is a difference, but it is slim." Harry leaned back on his elbows and watched the sky darken. Stars were appearing, faint at first, then brighter, scattered across the deepening blue like sparks from a fire. "Nyx. The shard in my scar talked to me. In a dream." She was quiet for a moment. He'd already told her the content of the conversation, but the fact of it, the shard's ability to communicate, to express something resembling independent thought, was still settling between them. "I have been thinking about that," she said. "The shard is a piece of Voldemort's soul. It was created through murder, the darkest magic imaginable. But it has been inside you for 10 years. Your magic, your mind, your emotions, they have surrounded it, contained it, shaped it. It is not what it was when it was first created. The tree and the glass. Yes. And this concerns me, Harry. Not because the shard is dangerous, it is, but we knew that. What concerns me is the possibility that the shard has become something new. Something that is neither fully Voldemort nor fully you. Something, in between. What do I do about it? For now. Nothing. The shard is contained. Your mind is strong, and the bond between us acts as an additional barrier. But you need to understand, someday, this will have to be addressed. The shard cannot remain in your head forever. It is a piece of a dark wizard's soul, and as long as it exists, Voldemort cannot truly die. The implications of that settled over Harry like cold water. You're saying I'm keeping him alive. I am saying you are a link in a chain. And someday, that chain will need to be broken. What happens to me when it breaks? Nyx didn't answer. The silence stretched between them, filled with the sound of the lake lapping at the shore and the distant laughter of students on the lawn. We will find a way, Nyx said at last. That is what we do. We find ways. Promise? I promise. The last week of term passed in a blur of sunshine and anticipation. The castle felt different, lighter, freer, the way a house feels after a long illness has passed. Students lay on the lawns in shirt sleeves, exams forgotten, counting the days until the train home. The great hall buzzed with gossip and laughter and the particular energy of young people who have survived something without fully understanding what it was. The end-of-year feast was the night before departure. Harry, Ron, and Hermione took their usual seats at the Gryffindor table. The great hall was decorated in Slytherin colors, green and silver banners hanging from the ceiling, because Slytherin had won the House Cup on points, and the Slytherin table was looking smugly satisfied about it. Dumbledore rose to speak. The hall went quiet. Another year gone, he said, his voice carrying easily to every corner. And what a year it has been. Your heads are all a little fuller than they were, which is, after all, the point. Now, before we enjoy this excellent feast, I have some last-minute points to award. Harry's stomach tightened. He saw where this was going and wasn't sure how he felt about it. First, to Mr. Ronald Weasley, for the best-played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, 50 points. Ron went scarlet. Percy was beaming. The Weasley twins pounded the table. Second, to Miss Hermione Granger, for the use of cool logic in the face of fire, 50 points. Hermione buried her face in her hands. She was crying, but smiling, the kind of emotional overload that only Hermione could pull off with dignity. Third, to Mr. Harry Potter, for pure nerve and outstanding courage, 60 points. The Gryffindor table erupted. Harry sat very still. The noise washed over him, cheering, stamping, shouting, and he let it come, let it fill the hall, let it do what it needed to do. Gryffindor had won the House Cup. The banners changed, scarlet and gold replacing green and silver, and the great hall shook with the force of Gryffindor's celebration. Across the room, at the Slytherin table, Draco Malfoy sat rigid. His face was pale, his expression carefully blank. But as the cheering continued, his eyes found Harry's, and something passed between them, not hostility, not congratulation, but an acknowledgement. A recognition that the game had changed, and both of them were still figuring out the rules. Snape was not celebrating. He sat at the staff table with the expression of a man who had just been forced to eat a lemon, whole and unsweetened. But his eyes, when they found Harry, held something more complex than resentment. Harry met his gaze and held it, and for one instant, brief as a heartbeat, Snape nodded. A tiny inclination of the head, barely perceptible. Then he looked away, and his face was stone again. Harry understood what the nod meant. Not approval. Not forgiveness. Something more fundamental. I see you. I see what you did. I will not forget. Whether that was a promise or a threat, Harry didn't know. With Snape, it was probably both. The feast ended. Students streamed toward their dormitories. Harry lingered, letting the crowd thin, watching the great hall empty. The floating candles guttered. The enchanted ceiling showed stars. Harry. Hermione touched his arm. Coming. In a minute. She looked at him, then at Ron, and some silent communication passed between them, the kind of wordless understanding that comes from surviving a troll, a chess game, and a Dark Lord together. They left him alone. Harry stood in the great hall and looked at the empty tables, the fading candles, the banner of Gryffindor red hanging overhead. His first year at Hogwarts was over. He'd faced a mountain troll, a possessed teacher, and the wraith of the most dangerous dark wizard in history. He'd found a chamber full of ancient knowledge. He'd learned that his scar was a bridge to a madman's soul. He'd made friends who would run toward danger rather than away from it. And beneath it all, through every moment, Nyx had been there. In the pipes, in the tunnels, in the deep dark beneath his feet. His first friend. His constant. The King of Serpents, who had chosen a boy in a garden over the heir of Slytherin. Getting sentimental again, Nyx said. Shut up. Come down tomorrow morning, before the train. I want to say goodbye properly. You hate goodbyes. I do. But I hate the alternative more. Come down. He went down at dawn. The castle was asleep. Harry slipped through the corridors with the ease of a year's practice, down to the first-floor bathroom, through the sealed entrance, and into the tunnels beneath the school. He didn't go to the chamber, instead, he went to Nyx's cavern, the underground space where the river ran through dark stone and blind fish darted in the shallows. She was there. Coiled in the dark, her massive body filling the cavern, her scales gleaming in the faint phosphorescent light of the underground fungi that grew on the walls. Her eyes were sealed shut, as always in his presence, and her great head rested on a ledge of stone at his eye level. Harry walked up to her and put his hands on her snout. Her scales were warm. Her breath was slow and deep, smelling of stone and clean water. "I have to go back to the Dursleys," he said. "I know. I'll be fine. It's only 2 months. You will be more than fine. You are not the boy who left that house last September. You are stronger, smarter, and you have a wand. If the fat man raises his hand to you, he won't. He's afraid of me now." "Good. Fear is an effective boundary when love is absent." Harry pressed his forehead against her scales. The warmth seeped into him, steadying him, grounding him. The bond hummed between them, that bright, unbreakable thread that had sustained him through a year of danger and discovery. "I'll come back," he said. "I know you will. And next year will bring its own battles. The broken soul is not finished. He will regroup, find a new vessel, try again. And when he does, we will be ready. Together. Always together. That is the only promise that matters." He held her for a long time. Then he let go, turned, and climbed back up through the pipes into the morning light. The Hogwarts Express was scarlet against the green of the Scottish countryside. Students poured onto the platform, trunks in tow, owls screeching, parents waving. Harry found a compartment with Ron and Hermione and settled in for the long ride south. "Harry," Hermione said, about an hour in. She had that expression again, the one that meant she'd been thinking about something for a long time and had finally organized her thoughts into a question. "In the chamber, after the chess game, when I left you to face Quirrell alone, you said you wouldn't be alone. What did you mean?" Harry looked at her. Then at Ron. His 2 best friends, who had followed him through fire and darkness without hesitation. Who had bled for him. Who deserved the truth. Not yet. Not all of it. But soon. "I'll tell you," he said. "Next year. When we're back at Hogwarts. There's something I need to show you." "Is it dangerous?" Ron asked. "Extremely. Brilliant. Can't wait." Hermione rolled her eyes, but she was smiling. The train rolled south, past mountains and moors and rivers and towns, carrying them back toward the Muggle world and the long, slow summer that stretched ahead. Harry leaned his head against the window and closed his eyes. The glass was cool against his forehead, and through it, he could feel the vibration of the train, the rhythm of the rails, the steady forward motion of a journey that was only beginning. In his scar, the shard was quiet. Not gone, never gone, but quiet. Resting, perhaps. Listening. In the deep tunnels beneath a castle in Scotland, Nyx coiled in the dark and waited. Patient as stone. Old as the mountain. Loyal as a heartbeat. And somewhere, far away, in a forest in Albania, in the shadows between the trees, something that had once been Tom Riddle drifted like smoke on the wind, nursing its wounds, planning its return, and remembering the sound of a serpent's voice saying the words that had cut deeper than any curse. "You are fragments. He is whole. I chose." The train carried Harry south. The summer waited. And the story, the real story, the one that would shake the foundations of the wizarding world, was only just beginning. Chapter 6, The Serpent's Choice. The summer hit Harry like a wall of beige. After 10 months of moving staircases, enchanted ceilings, midnight duels with dark lords, and a 60-foot basilisk who critiqued his homework, Privet Drive felt like being sealed in a jar. The houses were too square. The lawns were too neat. The people were too normal, aggressively so, as though normalcy were a competitive sport and the residents of Little Whinging were gunning for gold. Uncle Vernon picked him up at King's Cross with the enthusiasm of a man collecting a parking fine. He didn't speak during the drive home. Neither did Harry. They had, over 11 years, perfected the art of mutual silence, a cold, efficient agreement that the less they acknowledged each other's existence, the smoother things went. The house was the same. The cupboard under the stairs was the same, though Harry's bedroom was now the second bedroom upstairs, Dudley having grudgingly surrendered it the previous summer when the letters started pouring through the chimney. Harry's trunk went under the bed. Hedwig's cage went on the desk. His wand went under his pillow, within easy reach, because some habits you don't break. Aunt Petunia met him in the hallway. She looked at him, actually looked at him, which was unusual, and her mouth thinned. "There'll be no funny business this summer," she said. "No owls. No magic. No anything. You'll do your chores and keep to yourself. Understood?" "Understood." She held his gaze a moment longer than necessary. Something moved behind her eyes, not warmth, not guilt, but a kind of wary recognition, the look of someone who has realized that the thing they've been keeping in a cage has grown too large for it. Harry went upstairs and closed the door. "Welcome home," Nick said. Her voice rose through the floor, faint but clear. She was in the sewers, back in her old territory, the network of tunnels beneath Little Whinging that she'd colonized 5 years ago. She'd traveled south ahead of the train, moving through waterways and underground channels, arriving at Privet Drive hours before Harry. "This isn't home," Harry said, lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling. "This has never been home." "I know. But it is temporary. 2 months. Then the castle. 2 months is a long time. 2 months is nothing. I once spent 8 months in a drainage pipe beneath a shopping center, eating rats and listening to a woman named Brenda argue with her husband about curtains. You will survive Privet Drive." Harry smiled despite himself. "I missed you. You saw me 12 hours ago. I still missed you." A pause. "I missed you too. Don't let it go to your head." The days settled into a rhythm. Harry woke early, did whatever chores Petunia assigned, gardening, cooking, cleaning, and spent the rest of his time in his room, reading. He'd brought books from the chamber, not the originals, which he'd never risk removing, but meticulous notes he'd copied in Parseltongue script, filling notebook after notebook with Slytherin's teachings on bond magic, Serpentongue spellcasting, and the deep theory of magical connections. He also wrote letters. Hedwig flew to Ron and Hermione every few days, carrying carefully worded messages that said enough to maintain the friendship but not so much that they'd raise questions he wasn't ready to answer. Ron wrote back in his sprawling, enthusiastic scrawl, updates about Egypt, where the Weasleys had gone on holiday with lottery winnings from the Daily Prophet, stories about cursed tombs and Bill's earring and Ginny's sunburn. Hermione wrote back in her precise, dense hand, questions about the reading list, observations about wandless magic theory she'd been researching, and pointed comments about Harry's health that made it clear she hadn't forgotten the hospital wing. He wrote to neither of them about the shard, the chamber, or Nyx. That was a conversation for September. Face to face. In a place where he could show them, not just tell them. The shard was quiet. Since the dream in the hospital wing, the conversation with the fragment behind the door, it had subsided into silence, a dormant presence at the back of Harry's mind. He could still feel it, the way you feel a splinter beneath the skin, a faint wrongness, a pressure. But it wasn't reaching for him. It wasn't whispering. It was waiting. Harry thought about it more than he probably should have. Late at night, when the house was dark and the Dursleys were sleeping and Nyx's voice was a low murmur from below, he turned the shard's words over in his mind. I did not choose this. I was whole, once. Was that real? Could a fragment of Voldemort's soul genuinely suffer? Or was it a manipulation, the instinct of a predator playing dead? You are overthinking it, Nyx said one night, reading his mood through the bond. The shard's nature will reveal itself in time. You cannot force the answer. Some truths have to grow. When did you get so wise? I have always been wise. You are only now mature enough to notice. 2 weeks into the summer, something changed. Harry was in the garden, weeding the flower beds, Petunia's roses, which required more maintenance than a small aircraft, when a feeling hit him. Not pain, not a vision, but a sensation, a cold current passing through his scar, there and gone, like a finger of ice tracing the lightning bolt shape. He straightened up. The afternoon was warm, the sky cloudless, the street empty. Nothing had changed. But the feeling lingered, a residue, an afterimage, as though something far away had shifted and the ripple had reached him across a vast distance. Nix. Did you feel that? Yes. The shard reacted to something external. A signal, perhaps. Or a resonance. From Voldemort? Possibly. He is weak, barely alive, if you can call his existence living. But weak does not mean gone. Weak means desperate. And desperate things are dangerous. Harry went inside, washed his hands, and sat at the desk in his bedroom. He pulled out a clean sheet of parchment and a quill and started writing. Not a letter, a list. A plan. Everything he knew, everything he suspected, everything he needed to learn. He wrote for 2 hours. When he was finished, the parchment was covered in his small, neat handwriting, organized into sections. What I know, the scar contains a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Voldemort created it through murder, probably my mother's murder. As long as it exists, Voldemort can't truly die. Dumbledore knows about this, or suspects it. He is not telling me everything because he doesn't have a solution. What I suspect, the shard is not the only fragment. Voldemort tore his soul more than once. There may be other pieces, hidden, protected, scattered. If I'm right, destroying Voldemort means finding and destroying all of them. What I need, more information about soul magic. Slytherin's journals may contain relevant theory. Dumbledore's knowledge, which he will share when he's ready, not before. Nix's strength and guidance. Ron and Hermione's help. And, eventually, a way to remove the shard from my head without killing myself. He looked at the list. It was terrifying, written down like that. A to-do list for defeating the most dangerous dark wizard in history, authored by an 11-year-old boy in a suburban bedroom with rose-patterned curtains. It is a good start, Nix said. It's a list. Lists aren't plans. Lists are the bones of plans. The flesh comes later. But you are thinking correctly. You are thinking like someone who intends to win, not merely survive. Is there a difference? An enormous one. Surviving means enduring what happens to you. Winning means choosing what happens next. You have spent your life surviving. It is time to start winning. Harry folded the parchment, hid it beneath a loose floorboard under his bed, and went downstairs to make dinner. Normal life. Chores and meals and the Dursleys' television blaring through the walls. The skin of the world, thin and mundane, stretched over something vast and dark and full of teeth. He could live in both worlds. He'd been doing it since he was 6. July crept by. Harry practiced magic when the Dursleys weren't looking, small things, careful things, never enough to trigger the Ministry's detection. He practiced Parseltongue spellcasting in his room with the door locked, whispering serpent-tongue incantations that made the air shimmer and the candle flame turn green. He practiced occlumency, the art of shielding his mind, using techniques he'd found in Slytherin's journals, building walls and misdirections and false surfaces that would make Snape's probing legilimency find exactly what Harry wanted it to find. He also practiced something new, communicating with the shard. Not actively. Not the way he'd spoken to it in the dream. But he sat with it, acknowledged its presence, felt its edges, mapped its shape inside his mind. The shard was like a tumor, he decided. Not malignant by nature, but foreign, a piece of someone else lodged in his consciousness, taking up space, drawing on resources, existing in a way that was fundamentally incompatible with the mind that housed it. And yet it had adapted. Over 10 years, the shard had shaped itself to fit, had curled into the contours of Harry's psyche, nestled into gaps, become part of the architecture. Removing it would be like removing a load-bearing wall. You couldn't just tear it out. You had to understand the structure first. You are approaching this like a builder, Nix observed. I'm approaching this like someone who doesn't want their house to collapse. Same thing. The cold sensation came again in early August. Stronger this time, a pulse through the scar, sharp enough to make Harry flinch, followed by a flash of something that wasn't quite a vision. A dark room. Firelight. A voice, high, thin, angry, giving orders to a shape Harry couldn't quite see. Then it was gone. He's getting stronger, Harry told Nix. Not a lot. But more than he was. He's found something, a host, a source of power, I don't know. But the connection is getting clearer. Then our timeline has shortened. Whatever preparations we planned for next year, accelerate them. How? I'm stuck in a Muggle suburb with no access to the chamber, no wand practice, no, you have me. You have your mind. You have the notes you copied. And you have something Voldemort does not, the ability to grow. He is static. A wraith, a fragment, clinging to the remnants of his power. You are alive. You are 11. You have decades of growth ahead of you, and every day you are stronger than the day before. That is your advantage. Do not waste it. Harry didn't waste it. He spent the rest of the summer in focused, disciplined practice, occlumency every morning, Parseltongue theory every afternoon, bond exercises with Nix every evening. The bond between them deepened further, reaching a level of integration that surprised both of them. Harry could feel Nix's heartbeat from 100 yards away. He could sense her emotions as clearly as his own, her dry amusement, her fierce protectiveness, the deep, ancient patience that came from being a creature designed to live for millennia. And Nix, in turn, could feel him. His resolve. His fear. His growing certainty that the road ahead was longer and darker than anyone had told him, and his equally growing certainty that he would walk it anyway. You have changed, Nix said one evening in late August. The summer was winding down, the days shortening, the air taking on the first faint edge of autumn. Harry was sitting in the garden, his back against the fence, the same spot where he'd found her egg 5 years ago. The ground was bare now, the weeds cleared, but Harry could still see the shallow depression where the egg had lain. Changed how? When I hatched, you were a frightened child. Lonely, damaged, desperate for something to hold on to. You held on to me because I was there, not because you understood what I was. Now you are. She paused, searching for the word. Deliberate. You make choices. You plan. You think 3 moves ahead, like the Weasley boy with his chess. You have become someone who acts on the world instead of being acted upon. Is that a good thing? It is a necessary thing. The boy who found my egg could not have faced Voldemort. The boy you are now can. Whether that makes it good depends on what you do with it. Harry dug his fingers into the earth. It was cool and dry, late summer soil, compacted by months of sun. Somewhere beneath it, the ghost of a ward lingered, the old magic that had protected the egg, the enchantment that had waited decades for a speaker's touch. Who buried you here, Nix? We never figured that out. The egg was warded, hidden, placed in the garden of a house that wouldn't exist for decades. Someone planned this. Someone wanted a basilisk to hatch here, at this time, for this child. I have thought about this a great deal. The wards on the egg were old, older than the house, older than the street, older than the Muggle settlement that became this town. They were placed directly into the earth, keyed to the magical signature of a Parselmouth. Any Parselmouth. The egg would have hatched for any speaker who found it. But I found it. In the back garden of the house where Dumbledore placed me. Yes. And that is either the greatest coincidence in the history of magic, or it is not a coincidence at all. Harry turned this over. Dumbledore had placed him at Privet Drive for the Blood Wards, Lily's protection, anchored to Petunia, her sister. But what if there had been another reason? What if someone, Dumbledore, or someone before Dumbledore, or someone who had nothing to do with Dumbledore, had known the egg was there? Had chosen this location for Harry not just because of the blood wards, but because of what lay buried in the garden. "It's too perfect," Harry said. "Too neat. Real life isn't this tidy. Magic is tidier than life. Magic has patterns, intentions, wills." The egg was placed by someone who could see the future, or who could shape it. A seer, perhaps. Or a very powerful wizard with a very long plan. Dumbledore? Perhaps. Or perhaps someone Dumbledore never knew about. The wizarding world is old, Harry. Older than Hogwarts, older than the Ministry, older than the names you know. There are players in this game who have been playing for centuries. We may be pieces on a board we cannot see. I don't like being a piece. Then become a player. That is the only way off the board. The last week of August arrived. Harry's Hogwarts letter came, delivered by a school owl that swooped through his bedroom window at dawn, nearly giving Uncle Vernon a cardiac event. The letter contained his book list for second year, a reminder about the train on September 1st, and a note from McGonagall expressing the hope that Mr. Potter's summer had been restful and uneventful. Harry snorted. He made his plans. He'd go to Diagon Alley alone this time. He had gold, he had the knowledge, and he didn't need Hagrid's escort. The Dursleys wouldn't argue. They'd stopped arguing with him months ago, the way animals stop arguing with a predator that's decided to be calm. The trip to Diagon Alley was quick and efficient. Books, supplies, new robes, he'd grown 3 inches over the summer, and the old ones were embarrassingly short. He stopped at Flourish and Blots, where a ridiculous crowd had gathered for a book signing by someone called Gilderoy Lockhart, a blonde wizard with a smile like a toothpaste advertisement who was apparently the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Harry took one look at the preening, posturing display and made a mental note to lower his expectations for defense class. He ran into the Weasleys in the bookshop. Ron clapped him on the back. Hermione was there too, clutching an armful of Lockhart's books with a slightly dazed expression that Harry attributed to the crowd rather than the author. Mrs. Weasley hugged him, which made his chest tight in a way he still wasn't used to. Mr. Weasley shook his hand and asked him 3 questions about rubber ducks. And then Lucius Malfoy walked in. Harry recognized him immediately, not from any photograph or description, but from his son. The resemblance was uncanny, the same white blonde hair, the same sharp features, the same cold gray eyes. But where Draco's coldness was a mask, still thin and ill-fitting, Lucius wore his like a second skin. He moved through the bookshop like a shark through shallow water, and the crowd parted for him without being asked. His eyes found Harry and stopped. "Ah," Lucius said. "Harry Potter." He extended a hand. Harry took it. The grip was firm, dry, controlled, the handshake of a man who weaponized courtesy. "Lucius Malfoy. Draco has told me a great deal about you." "Has he?" "Indeed. You've made quite an impression on my son. Quite an impression on everyone, if the rumors are to be believed." Lucius's gaze flicked to Harry's scar and back. "I understand you had a rather eventful first year." "You could say that." "I could. And I could say a great deal more." Lucius leaned closer, lowering his voice to a murmur that only Harry could hear. "The Dark Lord's defeat at the hands of an infant was surprising. His defeat at the hands of the same boy, 10 years later, is a pattern. Patterns make people nervous, Mr. Potter. Powerful people. People who have invested heavily in certain outcomes." "Is that a threat?" "It is an observation. Threats are crude. I prefer to let events speak for themselves." Lucius smiled, a thin, reptilian expression that didn't reach his eyes. "Enjoy your second year, Mr. Potter. I suspect it will be illuminating." He swept away, Draco in tow. Draco caught Harry's eye as he passed, a brief, unreadable look that carried the weight of everything that had passed between them and everything that hadn't. "The elder Malfoy is dangerous," Nick said later, when Harry relayed the conversation. "Not in the way the broken soul is dangerous. Lucius Malfoy does not want to destroy the world. He wants to own it. A different kind of threat, but equally real. He knows something. About Voldemort's plans. About what's coming. Yes. And he is positioning himself, supporting both sides, hedging his bets, waiting to see which way the wind blows. Men like him do not fight wars. They profit from them. Draco's not like him. Not yet. But children become their parents unless something intervenes. You are that something, Harry. Whether you want to be or not. September 1st. King's Cross. Platform 9 3/4. Harry pushed his trolley through the barrier and emerged into the familiar chaos of the platform, the scarlet engine, the steam, the owls, the trunks, the tearful parents and excited children. The smell of coal and magic. The sound of a whistle, sharp and clear, cutting through the noise. He found Ron and Hermione on the train. They'd saved him a compartment, and the three of them settled in with the ease of people who have done this before, who have a rhythm, a shorthand, a way of being together that doesn't require explanation. Ron had grown over the summer too, taller, rengier, his freckles darker from the Egyptian sun. Hermione looked different in a way Harry couldn't immediately identify, more settled, perhaps, more comfortable in her own skin. She'd done something with her hair. Or hadn't done something. Either way, it was less aggressively bushy and more intentionally voluminous. "You look different," Harry said. "I got my teeth fixed," she said, touching her mouth self-consciously. "My parents are dentists. They've been wanting to do it for years. You look good." She blushed. Ron coughed. The train pulled out of the station, and the countryside began to roll past, green and gold, September light slanting through the windows, the landscape blurring into a watercolor of fields and hedgerows and distant church spires. "I need to tell you something," Harry said. They looked at him. He saw the shift in their expressions, the casual ease of friends catching up replaced by something sharper, more focused. They'd been waiting for this. They'd been waiting since the hospital wing. "On the night we went through the trapdoor," Harry said, "when Hermione left to get help and I went into the final chamber alone, I said I wouldn't be alone. You asked me what I meant. I said I'd tell you at Hogwarts." "I remember," Hermione said. "Well. This is going to take a while. And you're going to have questions. And some of what I'm about to tell you is going to be difficult to believe." Ron leaned forward. "Mate, I fought a giant chess set and Hermione set a teacher on fire. Our bar for difficult to believe is pretty high." Harry smiled. Then he took a breath, and he told them. Not everything. Not the shard, that was too big, too dangerous, too personal. Not the full extent of his Parseltongue abilities or the Parseltongue spellcasting he'd learned from Slytherin's journals. But the core of it. The thing he'd been carrying since he was 6 years old. "When I was 6, he said, I found an egg in the Dursleys' garden. I hatched it. What came out was a snake. A very large snake. A basilisk." Silence. The train rocked gently. Fields rolled past. "Her name is Nyx," Harry said. "She's 60 feet long, she can kill with a look, and she's been with me since before I knew what magic was. She's in Hogwarts. She lives in the tunnels beneath the castle. She's the reason I survived the final chamber. She broke through the wall and faced Voldemort, and she told him that she would never serve him, because she chose me." More silence. Ron's mouth was open. Hermione's was closed, but her eyes were enormous. "You," Ron said slowly, "have a basilisk." "Yes. A real basilisk. King of serpents. Kills with its eyes. 60 feet long. 63, actually. She grew over the summer. Ron sat back. He stared at Harry. He stared at the ceiling. He stared at the window. Then he looked at Harry again and said, "That is the most terrifying and the most brilliant thing I have ever heard." Hermione's reaction was different. She didn't speak for a long time. Her eyes were moving rapidly, processing, cataloging, reorganizing every interaction she'd had with Harry over the past year in light of this new information. Harry could almost see the architecture of her understanding being rebuilt from the ground up. "The bathroom," she said at last. "The out-of-order one on the first floor. You were going there at night. That's the entrance." "Yes. And you speak Parseltongue. That's how you communicate with her." "Yes. And the night of the troll, when you pushed it, without a wand, that wasn't accidental magic. That was something you'd been practicing for years." "Yes. And the reason your scar connects you to Voldemort is because," she stopped. Her eyes widened. "Harry. Are you saying that your basilisk chose you over Voldemort? Over the heir of Slytherin?" "That's exactly what I'm saying." Hermione pressed her hands to her face. "Oh my God. Oh my God. Do you have any idea what this means? The implications for magical bonding theory alone, the precedent, a basilisk exercising independent choice over an imprinted bloodline command, this rewrites everything we know about Hermione," Ron said. Deep breath. She took a deep breath. "Right. Sorry. It's just, Harry, this is enormous." "I know. No, I mean, this is enormous. If anyone found out, if the Ministry found out, a basilisk is a XXXXX classified creature. They'd want to destroy her. They'd want to study you. Dumbledore, does Dumbledore know? He suspects something. He doesn't know what. Not yet." Hermione looked at him with an expression he'd never seen before, not admiration, not fear, but something deeper. Recognition. She was seeing him, fully, for the first time. The boy who spoke to snakes. The boy who'd been keeping a secret larger than all of them since before he could read. "Why are you telling us now?" she asked quietly. "Because you're my friends. Because I trust you. And because next year, and every year after, things are going to get harder. Voldemort is coming back. Not if, when. And when he does, I'm going to need people who know the truth. All of it. People who can help me figure out what to do." Ron was quiet. He'd been processing at his own speed, slower than Hermione, but deeper in some ways, working through the emotional implications rather than the intellectual ones. When he spoke, his voice was steady. "You've been carrying this alone since you were 6. I had Nix. Right. But no people. No friends. No one who could actually, I dunno, give you a hug or tell you it was going to be okay." Harry's throat tightened. "No." Ron nodded. He reached across the compartment and put his hand on Harry's shoulder. The gesture was awkward and earnest and so completely Ron that Harry almost laughed. "Well, you've got people now," Ron said. "So sod carrying it alone. That's done." Hermione put her hand over Ron's. "He's right. Whatever comes next, basilisks, dark lords, ministry morons, we face it together." Harry looked at them, his friends, his first real friends, who had just been told that he'd been hiding a weapon of mass destruction beneath their school for a year and whose first reaction was "How can we help?" Something cracked in his chest. Something that had been holding for a very long time. He didn't cry. He came close. But he didn't cry. "Together," he said. The train wound north. The sun climbed and descended. The landscape changed, green to gold to gray, fields to moors to mountains. Harry talked, and Ron and Hermione listened, and the compartment filled with questions and answers and the particular energy of 3 people who had crossed a threshold together and couldn't go back. As the sky darkened and the first stars appeared, Harry felt the familiar pull, the magnetic tug of Hogwarts, growing stronger with every mile. The castle was calling him. The chamber was waiting. And beneath it all, in the deep dark, Nyx was stirring. "They know," he told her. "I felt it. Through the bond. Your emotions spiked, relief, fear, joy, all tangled together. It was quite noisy. Sorry. Do not be. The knot in your chest, the one you have carried all year, it is loosening. I can feel it." Telling them was the right choice. "They want to meet you." A long pause. "That is, a significant request. They're my friends, Nyx. They need to understand what they're part of. I will consider it. But, Harry, my gaze. The killing eye. One moment of carelessness, one accidental opening, I trust them. And I trust you. Your trust will be the death of me. Or the saving." She didn't answer. But the bond hummed between them, warm, steady, alive, and Harry knew she would say yes. Eventually. In her own time, in her own way. Because that was how Nyx did things. Not because she was told. Because she chose. The castle appeared. Rising from the dark shore of the lake, lit from within, towers and turrets sharp against the starlit sky. Harry pressed his face to the window and watched it grow, and something settled in his chest, not happiness, exactly, but rightness. The feeling of coming home to a place that knew you. That had been waiting. The train slowed. Stopped. Students poured onto the platform, chattering, jostling. Hagrid's voice boomed over the crowd, "Fur's years. Fur's years over here." Harry, Ron, and Hermione climbed into a carriage, pulled by nothing visible, though Harry could feel the magic that moved it, and rode up the winding path to the castle. The great hall was blazing with light. The sorting had already happened, tiny, terrified first years were being shepherded to their house tables by prefects. Harry took his seat at the Gryffindor table, Ron on his left, Hermione on his right, and looked up at the enchanted ceiling. Stars. A clear night. The sky above Hogwarts, vast and indifferent and beautiful. Dumbledore rose to speak. His eyes swept the hall and found Harry, and in that brief moment of contact, Harry saw something he hadn't seen before, a question. Not what are you? But what will you become? The old man didn't know. For all his power, all his wisdom, all his carefully laid plans, Albus Dumbledore did not know what Harry Potter was becoming. That made two of them. After the feast, Harry didn't go to the dormitory. He told Ron and Hermione to go ahead, that he'd catch up, and he slipped away through the corridors, familiar now, mapped in his mind as completely as his own body. He didn't go to the chamber. He didn't go to Nyx's cavern. He went to the astronomy tower. It was the highest point in the castle, a circular platform open to the sky, ringed by a low parapet, the wind sharp and cold off the mountains. Harry leaned against the stone and looked out over the grounds. The lake, silver in the moonlight. The forest, dark and whispering. The mountains, vast and ancient, wearing their snow like crowns. Somewhere below him, in the pipes and passages and deep, forgotten places of this 1,000-year-old castle, Nyx was moving. He could feel her, a warmth, a presence, the constant companion of his heart. She was exploring new tunnels, pushing deeper, mapping the territory she would defend. She was 63 feet of muscle and scale and lethal magic, and she was his. Not his property. Not his weapon. His family. He thought about the year behind him. The egg in the garden. The cupboard under the stairs. The sorting hat surprise. The troll. The mirror. The chamber and its secrets. Quirrell and the face on the back of his head. The binding enchantments that had tried to claim Nyx and shattered against the strength of a bond forged in love and loneliness. The wraith, fleeing into the night. The shard, quiet behind its door. He thought about the year ahead. Voldemort's return, which was inevitable. The shard, which was a problem without a solution. Dumbledore's secrets. Snape's complicated loyalties. Lucius Malfoy's cold eyes and coded warnings. Draco's unspoken struggle. A 1,000-year-old legacy of fear and prejudice and power, and Harry standing in the middle of it with a wand and a scar and a serpent who had chosen him over destiny. He thought about choice. That was the word, wasn't it? The through line, the thread that connected every piece of his story. Nyx had chosen him. He had chosen Gryffindor. Hermione had chosen to lie for them. Ron had chosen to sacrifice himself on a chessboard. Even the shard, even the broken piece of Voldemort's soul, seemed to be choosing something, groping toward an identity that was more than the ruin it had been born from. Choice. Not blood, not prophecy, not the dead hand of a 1,000-year-old founder reaching through the centuries to claim what he believed was his by right. Choice. Harry looked up at the stars and made his. He would learn everything Slytherin's study could teach him. He would master the bond with Nyx until their magic was one. He would find the other fragments of Voldemort's soul, because he was certain now that there were others, and he would destroy them. He would face the shard in his own head, not with fear but with understanding, and he would find a way to be free of it. And he would do none of it alone. Nyx. I am here. I'm going to bring Ron and Hermione to meet you. Tomorrow night. In the cavern. A pause. He felt her hesitation through the bond, the ancient, instinctive wariness of a creature built to be feared, the vulnerability of being seen. They are afraid of snakes. Hermione will probably want to measure you and write a paper. Ron will probably faint and then ask if you can eat Malfoy. The sound that came up through the stone was unmistakable this time, laughter. A basilisk's laughter, deep and hissing and strange, vibrating through the foundations of the castle like a chord struck on the world's largest instrument. Very well, Nyx said. Tomorrow night. But if the red one faints, I am not catching him. Fair enough. And Harry? Yeah. Welcome home. Harry smiled. The wind off the mountains pressed against his face, cold and clean, and the castle hummed around him, old and vast and full of secrets, and below him in the deep dark his serpent waited, and above him the stars turned in their ancient courses, and the scar on his forehead was quiet. He stood on the tower and breathed. In. Out. In. Out. Then he turned, and walked back down into the castle, and went to find his friends. Behind him, the stars burned. Below him, the serpent stirred. And somewhere far away, in a forest, in a shadow, in the spaces between life and death, a broken thing that had once been Tom Riddle shivered and remembered the sound of a choice being made. You are fragments. He is whole. I chose. The serpent had chosen. The boy had chosen. And in the end, that was the only magic that mattered. Not power. Not blood. Not destiny. Choice.